Okay, Lake County Auditor. So today is budget presentation. So for those who you may be new to this, you come forward, present your budget to the council. There's no decisions that are made today. It's just a public presentation, and the council can ask questions if they do have any. All right, Dan.
Well, morning. Basically, I'll high level go over kind of the basis for the request. And what I did was perform an analysis over the last 2 years of actual spend, found an Oracle, and then layered in any sort of forecasted items that we know about, contacted some vendors, the larger vendors that we had, made sure that they were, not expecting any swings in rates or changes, and then move forward. But overall,
yes, thank you.
We're requesting a 3% decrease in dollars across both levy and non-levy funds. And then I guess I'll highlight kind of the one bigger request is a 3% increase in labor costs, which is kind of reflective of the increase in the current market with respect to inflation. And then we have one new position that we're requesting, and that's just for another qualified accountant to work in the finance area, try and push us through these trying times of our situation. So other than that, that's really the highlight. Most of that stuff, like I said, was offset by a lot of the changes that we made in other departments. You might see some swings between buckets, and that's just because what I found was based on past budgets and the way it was laid out, we've been kind of moving dollars between buckets, whereas if it was kind of put in the right spots to begin with, we would have saved ourselves a lot of work. So that's kind of, you'll see that too. But that's basically it, kind of the highlights.
All right. Any questions from council members?
The person would be a CPA again.
Doesn't necessarily have to be a CPA. What I'm looking for is basically real world practical application of accounting.
Background.
100%, at least 8 to 10 years of experience. CPA would be nice, but definitely not necessary. The more important thing is the actual experience.
All I'm asking is, Chair, would you please confer with Scott when you want to some kind of agreement?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
And then I just have a general question, not necessarily yours, but just so I'm looking at this correctly, Scott. On the reports that we have here, we've got, their 2024 budget and the 2025 request. And that looks to be for the auditor's office, like $500,000 less than the 2024 budget. Am I looking at that correctly?
On the levy funds?
That's just the total everything. It looks like.
Yeah, so
I'm just high level. I'm not getting into the detail of it. I just want
it's the reductions in the non-levy funds.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right. Nope, we're good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is the treasurer. John?
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
My budget for 25, just to make it easy, is we're just simply requesting $45,000 above and beyond what we had for the current year, 24. 30,000 of it is in the part-time because we always have a problem and we're transferring money and just kind of like what Dan wants to do. We just want to make sure there's enough money in there so we don't have to keep asking for more. 10,000 for 45 is for our chief financial officer, Glenn Cantrell, our fiscal officer, our investment officer. Glenn's a certified CPA with all his accreditations. And he's actually making less money than some of the other employees in the various finance offices that are not accredited. And so what we'd like to do is, I know Scott built in 3% into our templates. And I would just like to give him another 10% on top of that. Should bring him right around 104, 105,000. He's good at what he does. He's on track to bring in $15 million this year in interest income alone. So he more than pays for himself, but like I said, he is a CPA and he should be making a lot more than he is. The other 5,000 is for the only person that we have in the office that is, has access to Oracle. And I believe that she works a lot with, I think, Dan, Ashley, and Scott. And they, suggestion was made that perhaps she should get a little bit more because of her knowledge of Oracle. And she's the only person in our office that has access to that. So that's the total budget above and beyond what we had last year. It's an increase of 45,000.
Okay. Any questions from the council?
And that's what you and Ophelia had both explained separately to me on the telephone.
And I did mention it to Dave, and I also mentioned it to Scott.
Okay.
And so,
All right,
that's it.
that's it. Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes.
this isn't necessarily directed at John or anybody else. Are we trying to paint to their jobs within their department, how we're formulating
Madam Chair, Randy,
Yes.
if you can hear
up
me.
some job descriptions too?
Randy, this is Councilman Bldg. You're extremely broken up. We can't hear you. It's about every other word we're getting.
If you want to text one of us, we can ask your question or state your statement. He's on the road, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, you're good.
I'll wait, text you guys.
Was building here, surveyor? Scott, I actually should have started with you giving an overview of financial status of the county. I don't think the surveyor's here. Is anyone here from the surveyor's office? Anyone online from the surveyor's office? Drainage board? Coroner, I see Mr. Patrick, David, you're here.
Represent Mr. Emerson. We've been working together for the last few months. Good morning. Our budget this year reflects the same as last for 25. We did put in for a 3% increase for staff, and I did not notice, but they also put 3% in for me. I did not mean that to happen. As an elected official, but my staff, we did increase theirs during the last couple of years during the reorganization. As you all know, we applied for and received a big bump, and never did receive any of the other. So we just thought we'd try the 3% this year, and we've been very careful on all line items in keeping within our budget of each and every month. And I feel very comfortable in what we're proposing for next year. Anyone has any questions?
We're reading Randy's question.
Yeah, we're reading, but no, I don't have any questions. Yeah, anyone here have any questions?
No, I'm good. Can I leave or should I wait for Randy? He might have a question for you.
Yeah,
Randy's got your number, doesn't he?
you can read
yeah.
Randy's statement.
Yeah.
Randy, what he texted me was, are we cleaning up job descriptions with the pay changes related to the individual jobs? I think it's important that we aren't paying people for who they are, but more importantly for skill sets.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, let's see. What time is it? Lake County Clerk, morning.
Well,
I could pass them down. Yeah, thank you, Mike. That is paper.
As you guys know, we met last, when I came in before we decided to do anything with our 2025 budget. We asked for a minimal increase for that budget for 2025. We have previously given back multiple positions to provide raises for attrition. However, at this point, we cannot afford to eliminate the other positions. We need to increase the salary of the lowest paid employees to attract, retain qualified candidates. What will stand the clerk's office is not leave for other offices throughout the county because we use a lot of people to the courts and other offices, especially the courts, because we do a lot of training. And the courts generally handle one particular court, but our staff generally knows a multitude of things to do. So we provided you a spreadsheet of the monies that come to our office that we turned over to the county general fund. In April, we turned over $463,000 from interest from the previous year. And this August, we turned in another $168,000, which comes to $631,000. Since the interest rates are getting better over the years, we're planning on doing some more investing and find some better investment revenues. The total increase that we request in 2025 versus the seeded amount is just over $200,000. We kindly request that you approve the 2020 budget to help us improve the service that we provide in the clerk's office for our staff. We have lost a lot of staff members because of that. And I understand different people have different, scenarios. But, a couple things for people don't know. Our traffic division works 6 days a week. Our Hammond office traffic division works 6 days a week. Felony office works 6 days a week. They don't get any overtime. It's only comp time back. And every manager or supervisor, finance person, they have a laptop and we visit the county's closed, but still function. Every month, we have a staff meeting. 1 month it's rotated with the divisional managers. The next month as the supervisors and the financial people. We do training on a regular basis. About 2 months ago, we just had our first managers retreat right in front of across the street. It was very successful. We had the EAP people there. We had Scott, the guy from HR. He was there. So we're appreciative of the people that we have that are helping us become a better office. And, the court is a very interesting situation. We're a little different than some of the other people. So we're just asking that we get the proper compensation for employees. Because over the years, I've been in that office at one point or another. Since 2015 in one position or another. And I watched the employees grow, I watched them get qualified. In fact, we're going to Clement today for another clerk's conference training. We hosted a regional one back in March, was very successful. So we're real excited about, the future for our department and office. But we just need some help. We need the help to be able to maintain the county employees that the county wants to have. We train very well. They're very well disciplined. We're about to take over, I think there's a grant that the sheriff had for detective boards, and that ends at the end of this month. Now, we can't give people directions on how to do things, but we have to provide the necessary information they need. So therefore, what used to be the old clerk's area for weddings, we had Judge Aaron delegated to people for POs. We're going to redo that area so the public can e-file because the POs have to be done. And it's going to be pretty much our responsibility to make sure it's convenient, as well as the front line, we have to do that as well. So there's some things that we have to do to help the public because the POs are a very important aspect, not just in this office, but in Gary, the other certain POs. So we've been using that clerk perpetuating fund to make all kinds of improvements in the operation of our office. If you come down, you'll see that. We bought new furniture that the office needed. We had the floors waxed. We've done all the maintenance without asking the county commissioners for a penny. we done that out of our budget because it was necessary, and we will continue to do that. We continue to renew these offices, clean up, because in most cases, most of these buildings don't have windows, and the ventilation is horrible. And we have to maintain all that, and we're about to move on 40 over across the street to juvenile. We've got to Judge Finance, that is approved. We need to talk to the county commissioners some more about that, because we need to expand our traffic department, because there's a possibility, I'm not saying for sure, but we're still up in the courts concerning the Maryville Town Court. So if that happens, then we may have to come back to you to have some other discussions about the service that we need to provide to Maryville. By law, you know, whenever a town council does not fund the court, it is the county clerk's responsibility to pick up that work. We've done it for Hammond and Whiting, and it looks like Maryville possibly have done that. For sure, like I said, we're in the court, Judge Parents gonna make the decision between him and the council, whatever. But we've been doing this for almost 2 years. And at some point it has to come to an end. And we go back to court on the 23rd of this month to Judge Perry. And I think the decision will be made at that time. Any questions?
Yeah, what funds have you been using to do the waxing and the maintenance? What funds are you using for that? Why not the commissioners?
Well, you know, I went to the commissioners when we needed the blinds and other things, and they kept saying that we were like 2 or 3 years behind on the schedule. And at some point, you have to create an environment for your employees that's more healthy than what it had been.
194, the clerk.
Oh, the perpetuation
You
fund.
know,
Okay,
That's, yeah.
okay.
Any questions on what we spent to improve our office, the look of the office? You know, I'll be glad to answer any of that. And yes, we've been using our own revenue.
We've been getting proper bids too. And you've been going to the commissioners, they've been signing that.
Okay.
Just, they put us so far behind on the list, so we couldn't wait anymore. And we'll continue to make more improvements throughout the county. So it's, funds, it's not out of the general fund.
I get it.
From the
From your fees, okay.
So we're trying to be fiscally responsible as best we can.
Okay, anyone have any questions?
There's just one for Mr. Martin. The only thing that makes me concerned is what is the legitimate expense out of that?
Yeah,
And at the stretch of the imagination, what can be services can be paid for. Scott, should we just create, if that's the hang up, then do we create a line item to make it cleaner? Just put, a back in, take it out of the commissioners, put in your budget, a renovation line item, if you would, or cleaning line item or whatever, painting. So we're cleaner, but I would defer to the attorneys to say, would
is
that
that
make it
used
cleaner?
cover? Yeah.
Would we be able to divert funding out of there to a specific line item, and would that be covered?
Rebecca, did you get any guidance on, because the way I read the statute on the record, the clerk's perpetuation fund, I perceive it to be more technology and employees that are going to be maintaining
Yes,
records.
we did. We have a consultant that has given us their opinion on using that 194 fund.
Yeah, we try not to be reckless. We make sure we check with the consultant, and we also make sure the commissioners sign off on it. Because one of the problems about putting money in the commissioners fund, when can they get to us? This way, we get the bids, the work gets done. There's a paper trail. You got any questions? We'll answer. But this way.
Would you share that consultant's opinion with me? You have it in writing. Okay, anything else? All right.
Dawson. They also do the 4D for us, Jeff Dawson. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Board here.
Yes.
Gina, oh yeah, Gina, coming up. Lake County Reporter. See, Phil is here, so maybe you can move a bit more.
Good morning, all.
Morning.
Morning. I'm just requesting a 3% increase in our budget across the board for Scott's guidance on that. Also, 3% increase in our salaries from the general fund.
Yeah.
The only, that's something to bring up would be, I'm requesting a 5% increase for the salaries out of the 179 fund. I did have a talk with Councilman Brewer about that. The reason why is because I supplement my employees' salaries out of the 179 fund. My salary is not supplemented from the 179. Last year, a 3% raise was granted out of the general fund for my employees, but not out of the 179 fund. So therefore, that's why this year, to hopefully make up from last year, I'm requesting that 5% raise out of the 179 fund. Approximately $30,000 is my employees' base pay, and that's out of the general fund. Everything from up is out of the 179 fund to supplement my employees' salaries. The 179 fund is a 100% self-reverting fund. All of the money that is put into the 179 fund is based on our recordings, approximately $10 per document that's recorded. So we supplement that fund 100%. No taxpayers' money, not the general fund. I'll just repeat that. So I would like a 4% increase for my employees to make up from last year out of the 179. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Is the Lake County Assessor here? Mr. Talon, you want to come up and give your presentations? We have a time in here. For South Shore Convention.
Good morning, President Sid, Lake County Council. Excited to be here. This is obviously something new that we will be presenting our budget to the Lake County Council going forward. I know you'd like to go pretty quick because there's a lot of department people. I just want to let you know that I'm looking forward to working together with you. We're going to be very transparent as an organization and look forward to getting feedback from you and, working together in the future. So Nicole Wolverton is our Chief Financial Officer. I've been with the organization for just 3 months now. So I'm in the information gathering stage and learning a lot, and it's been exciting. But she's going to give you the quick high-level overview of our budget.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
So I know this is kind of new, newish, I should say. For our 2025 budget this year, we are requesting about $6.6 million. That's in line with what we requested last year. It is a slight increase due to we added an appropriation line item for the Indiana Welcome Center Events Fund. And that was a minimal increase of about $15,000. Overall, though, last year we collected about a 5% increase in innkeeper's tax. I know that's kind of something new for you guys. Just in terms of seeing it on this budget perspective. So that actually runs through our promotional fund, which is the first fund that's on this resolution that we just handed out. In addition to that are our partnership funds, our 2022 revenue bond, and then our alternate revenue source, which is basically our gift shop at the Indiana Welcome Center as well. We staff about 40 employees, about 18 are part-time, or I'm sorry, 18 are full-time, the rest are part-time and seasonal. And then if you guys have any questions, I know this is relatively new.
You have the budget first amongst your members, correct? And then just trying to bring it here because this is, Scott, this is an outside budget that we just ratify or not. I mean,
Right.
So typically our budget cycle actually is not until around November is when we present it to our board. So because this is kind of a new timeline for us too, we wanted to make sure that we presented something we felt comfortable, kind of in line with last year as well. Our board member executive board has at least kind of glanced at it, has a general overview. They are expecting to approve it in October. We're going to move it up maybe a month or so, just so it's a little bit more in line with your timeline as well. And then going forward, we'll make sure that this is in your hands much sooner than it was this year.
Councilman Ham, just so you're aware, for some reason, I'm not clear why the statute says that they have to present their budget to us by December 20th.
oh, really?
So this it is early.
It is very good.
Thanks for that.
It's like,
Absolutely.
I see, it's like solid waste and what else?
Right.
Yeah, Lake Ridge Fire.
Yeah. So,
But maybe going forward, we could push them even out of this process because they're not part of a levy. And the other two are, so.
Yeah, we don't have access to
Oh.
Gateway, so the forms that you're seeing is just a resolution that we would pass internally, where we don't have any access to put your typical Form 1, Form 3, 4Bs, those type of calculations into Gateway. So I can make those in Excel, so it could be something similar that you see. But this is usually our final product that we give to our board.
no, this looks good.
So previously, the authority, you just approved your own budget and you answered to the state before? or-
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Everything that we do is in accordance to State Board of Accounts. DLGF kind of regulates us, not necessarily, we're kind of this quasi-government unit, but we still follow the same traditional outlines that they give us for regulations.
We appreciate the cooperation.
Absolutely.
Okay, any questions from anyone?
The Phil usually talks, he's quiet today.
This is Brandon. But, you know, if I bring up anything, it's just that we plan on having a very efficient, balanced budget. You know, our revenue is all formula generated, whether it's innkeepers or casino revenue. So I'm looking forward to kind of working with Nicole and Nikki, our chief operating officers here as well. Having a very clean, easy, transparent budget for the Lake County Council going forward. So any questions you have, you don't have to wait for budget season. You can reach out to me at any time.
I know that, and I'm glad to see you there. Phil, you're always accessible.
Thank you.
And with that formula, like, how did they calculate that? Is that like, hey, you know, we booked 10 hotel rooms last month, here's $20. I mean, for my own just basic understanding of how you get funded, how does that work?
So innkeeper's tax is about a 5% collection rate. So obviously the more heads and beds, the more money we receive from hotels and motels. That is probably the vast majority of our revenue source, about 4.5 million of that we collected. We also do per statute turn around and pay that back to municipalities according to their size and population. And then as well as the casino revenue and then revenue in-house that we receive from the gift shop and some of the events that we run as well.
Okay.
It's a real involved recipe, Councilman, where it goes to nursing education also. It breaks it down.
Right.
It's really involved. So
Yes.
I'm sure you have to watch that all the time.
Yeah,
How much
so-
of there a delay is that? Like, say for rooms, heads and beds in June, does that really just kind of play into next year?
So
Or-
the first quarter, I mean, typically there's like a $1.2 million benchmark. So as soon as we hit that, we only collect about 35% of that first 1.2. And then after that is about an 85% collection. And then the other additional 10% and 5% goes to IU and Purdue as well, based on statute. But I mean, usually within that first quarter, we hit that 1.2, no problem.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We go ahead and get some of our assessors. We have a lot
Yeah.
of them here
Yep.
today.
Is our-
County assessor isn't here, but
He's not here. Okay.
I haven't
Calumet
seen anything.
Township here. Oh, a center.
Yeah, I saw
Yep, there you
Joe.
go.
There's Joe.
Good morning.
Joe was on the agenda last month as well. We'll get that, before we get started in your prison, we'll get that taken care of on Thursday's study session. That was about the toilet paper and the coffee purchase from the
Yeah.
We were buying-
major important stuff, right?
We were buying it under office supplies.
Yeah, just gotta have the right.
I explained to everybody, but we had an unfortunate situation. We didn't have enough votes to have create the new line item last month, so it kicked the can to
I
this.
think they did.
Did it? Important item to have in your office. That's all I gotta say. You know?
Our budget's very straightforward. That's for about $800. 200 in longevity pay and a 3% increase in our lease, which done about $500. It also is for 3% for our things that
Ice.
it's the same.
Any questions? Nope. All right, thank you. Over Township?
Lino?
Oh, there you are.
Council?
Morning.
Morning. I guess you guys probably have all received this letter, but I'll explain where I went over the 3%. Part-time pay, kind of requesting from the council, maybe a revised ordinance to raise the part-time pay up to $20. As you guys know, as assessors, we're the only department in the county that has to have 30 hours of education every 2 years. We go to our assessors conferences to take classes to get our certifications.
I have 2 qualified part-timers that go above and beyond at work, and I'm unable to pay them what they deserve. As assessors, they have and continue to get their accredited education hours and certifications. So that's kind of where I went a little bit above there. And that also rolls into the travel money I asked a little more for, because I'm having to turn people down to go to these conferences because we didn't have enough money in our budget for it, so we kind of pick and choose.
For travel?
For travel and education, yes.
Can't they use that one account?
On some of those issues,
Yeah.
we're gonna try to, we're looking at addressing, I was talking to Tom, I know with Scott, we need to redo our ordinance on part-time pay anyway. We've got some folks that are listed at $7.50 an hour in their part-time pay. You're never gonna hire anyone at $7.50, so if we could maybe paint it with a little broader scope, my suggestion would be maybe you increase it up to a certain amount, maybe that is $25 an hour at part-time. And then anything above that, they would come for individual approval. I don't know, just
And
food for thought.
my thoughts on that too is, I mean, you give us a certain amount of money every year in our part-time budget. I mean, what's it matter what we pay per hour, as long as we don't go over that total number at the end of the year.
Nepotism and
Right.
maybe for transparency, we do it, but the best thing is to maybe create the ordinance. If I would make a suggestion that says you can pay up to $25 an hour for those part-time positions.
Well, as you know, we amend that ordinance on a piecemeal basis.
Yeah.
Probably not the most efficient way to do it.
Yeah, so it says assessor a certain amount and different departments, certain amount. There's kind of some gray in there. And then I also went a little bit above on my property rental. You guys know I have those 4% escalators in my rent. Plus, at the beginning of the year, they hit me with some unknown charges for insurance for the common areas and whatever else they charge. Last year was garbage. This year, I think they rolled the garbage into the rent. So that one shouldn't be an issue. And also on a positive note, the beginning of next year, construction will begin on our new office building that we're gonna combine with the township trustee's office and the town of New Chicago. Will all be in one building. And that should hopefully drastically lower my property rental line that I have for last year, this year, and next year. And so I believe we asked for a little bit of extra money too in the pay when we get our certifications, our level pay. Because we have some others coming up. with,
Isn't that by statute?
Level 2. some
Yeah,
level
that's by
3s.
statute, the amount of certification. It's called, that's by statute, so we can't change that. You can maybe downstate.
So what we have in that line item now is we had to put money into that to cover our pay for the level 3 I hired. And moving forward, I'm close to getting my level 3, and I have 2 other employees that are almost at the level 3.
Madam Chair, with that said, one question, if you could, please look into it. So if you have level 2s and 1s right now, projected that in 25, you're gonna have 2 people jumping up, make sure that total amount, what you're saying, that increase in that.
I believe it is.
That's the increase, not to change the statute,
Oh,
but to
he
make sure
wants,
there's enough
you want more
money
money
in
in
line
the line
item to
item.
pay when that person gets the
Yeah,
level 2.
is that coming out of your general fund? I mean, there's like
I
the
think
salary.
he's been transferring money into there, but we just need to make sure that everyone that's gonna get certification increases in 25, the right amount is equal in that line item.
Okay,
Yes.
all right,
Yeah, we've done some projections also.
Okay.
okay. Anything else, Lena?
That's it.
Okay, anybody got any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Ross Township?
We got the battle of Pirates versus Brickies. We just got it right here on each side of the. I've seen that.
Morning.
We are requesting a 3% increase in salary for all employees. And then pretty much other than that, I didn't increase any other, lines, pretty much requesting that they, I did, Fund 710, the sales disclosure fund, I did ask for a very small increase in travel. It was about $300, just based on the increase to travel and stay at hotels.
Okay, any questions?
Chair, I have an issue with that. Are you good on your rent? Because that seems to be the biggest thing with the assessors is as we go through these cycles, how's your rent? Is it, are they looking at?
No, I think we're locked in for 4 years.
Oh, great.
I think, yeah, I think what was it, like a 3% increase from the last 4 years. So.
And you have that built in for 25. That's my own.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. St. John? Did, Natalia come in?
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Okay, so we're asking for an increase in our longevity from $3,540 to $4,020 due to employees that have reached increased times of service. Our line item 6240 is our household and institutional supplies. That was a new line item that we had to create last year. It's because our able, the line item that we used to pay our able from, the state won't let us do it, so we had to transfer money into a new line item for that. And then our telephone, 63240, the telephone for our fax line has increased from 1,195 to 1,700. And the only other thing we're asking is 3% across the board for employees. And I do appreciate if you could do something with our part-time. Our part-time people go out in the 100 degrees below zero, measuring houses for $12 an hour. I mean, they can go to McDonald's and do better. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Combined elections, is elections here? No.
Madam Chair, if I could, Scott, was there anything outstanding with the county assessor or Calumet that you remember anything come across while we're on them?
No. Nothing.
I didn't get anything either. I never got. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
What time is it? Okay, we're a little ahead of schedule. I see the sheriff's here.
Calumet is here.
What?
Right, no.
Oh, I'm Jackson. Did you hear that, Madam? I'm sorry. I don't need glasses. I can't. Calumet Township is online. Madam Chairman, I think we can ask Calumet Township Assessor.
Are they online? Someone from Calumet Township Assessor online?
Yes. Miss Collins is on the,
Okay.
I see her name on the bottom.
Ms. Collins, would you like to give your presentation on your budget? Oh, no, she's muted.
We might need a 14-year-old to get this technology going
Yeah.
for us. So.
Is the assessor online? Is
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, good morning. This is Jackie Collins Heyman from Calumet Township. Our budget is pretty much the same. I did ask for a 3 to 5% increase for my staff, and the 5% would be to bring parity within a couple of positions, but mainly it's 3%. Everything else is pretty much the same. We do have an increase in assessor certification, of course, because we had 4 to 5 new employees when I came back to office who did not have their certification. And right now they have 4 of them have their level. I'm sorry, 5 have their level 2. So that would be an increase there. And they are doing continuing ed to obtain their level 3 certification. Mileage, we asked for a 3% increase, just because we have people who do go out into the field, and we definitely need that when we're going to conferences as well. But everything else is probably a 3% increase in.
Okay. Any questions from the council? All right. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
Where we at? I don't see Michelle. Are you on? Michelle Feynman from elections. Are you on? No. Okay. Sheriff, did you want to come up now or have a schedule?
Good morning.
Morning.
We have Sheriff Martinez. I want to again thank the Lake County Council for working with us in 24 provide for police officers and resolving the collective bargaining agreement. And as part of the commitment to from the sheriff to the council, our budget in 2025 is to reflect the sheriff working with that. I want to thank Scott Schmall, who worked with our finance people, both Ms. Dillon and Mr. Patterson here, to go ahead and get these numbers in line so we can take responsibility for the council working with us to be able to provide our officers with these additional increases in salary. With that, I'll ask Mr. Patterson to go through it.
Morning, council.
Morning.
Obviously, the main issue here is our focus was pay raises for the officer with the collective bargaining agreement. Pay raises for the civilian staff, we submitted 3% across the board. And then we also have 4% increase for the jail staff that was approved the CBA also, I believe, in their final year. So if we start with the shift, like I said, the main issue here is doing what we could to help support that pay raise. We did with a number of ways. We made some reductions. We made some efficiency changes. So we're picking up more from pension contribution, which reduces the amount the county has to put in for the county police pension. We also made some efficiency updates otherwhere in the budget to help support that raise. As far as the non-payroll line items, it's basically balanced same as last year. We did make some modifications, putting things where they're supposed to be, going move some money around, but net is zero, so there's no increase there. As far as the jail goes, like I said, we have a CBA 4% increase we put in for, and 3% for the civilian staff as far as payroll. We did ask for an additional position, a jail front desk position. We made reductions in the budget to cover that, so there was no increase. And then also in the jail non-payroll line items, we moved some money around just to be more efficient where we needed money in the right funds. And we made some other reductions in the jail non-payroll general fund to help some of the CBA increase for the police officers, also for the front desk position, for a part-time increase on the jail, and which I'll get next, but we did ask for another position in animal control to cover that position. So the jail's non-payroll is actually a reduction, but it's to cover those other positions. So as far as the animal control, everything's pretty much the same except for we asked for the 3% civilian raise and the additional position for animal control, which was covered on the jail budget.
Very good job. Thank you very much for that. Anybody have any questions?
In the jail, how are we doing with the filling the CO position?
It's a constant process. We do have 7 that are in the hiring process. Work at it as we can. It seems to be pretty steady. We sit right around 170 to 175 officers. Then we'll have some that leave, we'll have some that promote to other agencies. So we'll start the hiring process again.
But no problems with the overtime and filling the overtime and
No,
everything we've been through in the past?
no, the overtime is, it's filled by our staff plus the patrol. So,
Oh, you'll take a patrol officer?
they can help on hospital.
Oh.
When we have inmates.
Transportation.
Transportation. So it helps reduce the overtime budget.
Good enough.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Okay, cooperative extension, elections did not walk in, right? No, okay. Morning.
Morning. So we are asking for increases in 3 areas today. The first is for our staff, and I have a breakdown of how we come up with these numbers.
Yep. I can pass it down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what we did was look at comparable salaries in Lake County for what seem to be jobs of similar skill sets, say this, based on the job title in the Indiana Gateway system. Found that the average for someone with the title of Lake County Secretary, Clerical or Administrative Assistant was 40,500, roughly 19 an hour. We have staff 30 years and 31 years and 20 years experience making 17.10 an hour. Our newer staff are about 15. Similar to our office manager, the average of Lake County office manager, chief deputy, or executive secretaries, we found to be 2405. She's making 1993 after 10 years of service. We also looked at job postings this spring of Lake County positions that similar titles, but seem to be lesser skill sets, asking starting salaries of 30,000, 9,000. It's what's happened is we've had staff that have been here a long time, for about 20 years, and their compensation has not grown. So we're asking for an increase of that. Again, I'm not asking for them to be paid what I think they deserve. We're just asking to get them up to the average of comparable positions. The second area is under other professional, that is the contractual agreement with Purdue University. We're asking for a 3% increase there. Then it's set by the state. We don't negotiate that. That is the contract with Purdue University to provide extension to each county. Final increase that we're asking for is in our county mileage. That is as you know, our educators deliver programming throughout Lake County. That's what pays for us to do that. 2 years ago, we went over budget on that, but we were able to transfer money to make up for it. So we were okay. This past year, we have an educator who was on maternity leave. So she was not doing nearly any site visits and much travel. So we're going to be okay for this year. For 2025, I'm worried about how we can maintain our same programming, being fully staffed without increasing the budget.
Okay. So did you increase it in?
Total percent is over the entire budget is 10%. It's 19% for staff, 3% for contractual agreements, and I believe 14% for mileage.
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And my election is really low.
Who's here?
Yeah.
14%, that seems crazy low, doesn't it?
Okay, plan commission here.
Michelle.
Oh, Michelle, there you are. Good morning. See her. Morning.
How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Very good. Okay. So we submitted an overview to each and every one of you. I hope you've received that. In essence, first thing we're doing is asking for a new line item to be created for the annual, for unused funds to be transferred into each year for the purchase of new election equipment. I know we talked about that a little bit last year, and then when we talked to Scott, that deadline had been missed. Currently, we have about 1.6 million in there, which we've received from HAVA funds when we purchase new voting equipment. That is nowhere near the amount of money that we would need when our system is reached its lifespan. And so we want to start planning and using some of the unused funds from our budget so that way we can start funding that and being ready for the future years. In the past, there has been HAVA funds for the purchase, for some of the purchase of voting equipment over the last few years. As an example, we had applied for a grant this year. Other counties, ours was for education materials. Other counties did the same, but were requesting voting for voting systems. They were all denied. So at this point in time, we're not seeing a funding mechanism for the voting system. Now that may change over time, but at the same time, we must prepare ourselves for the lifespan of the voting equipment. And when it comes time for a renewal, that we have some funds available. So we're asking for that again this year for that new line item to be created. And it would be a non-reverting fund. On to our, oh, go ahead.
It can't be mixed in with the current HAVA fund. Those are grant funds. So we don't want to mix anything that's coming from, that's left over into the budget to mix it in with the HAVA grant funds. We don't want to mix federal grant money in with anything that's left over, if that makes sense. So even though we have that, the one with the 1.6 in it, we would still need a new fund for anything that they would put into it.
Can't commingle. Okay, so moving on to our budget. The salaries for our board members, for some reason, did not auto-populate when it came to the 3%. Our board members are very active, attending over 22 meetings per year. Election day, they're here for upwards of 20 hours on election day, and felt that they should fall into the criteria also of the 3%. So we did add that in. That is not an automatic. So we're requesting that their salaries be increased to whatever the increase is given to the other staff in regards to raises on that portion. In regards to the professionals, everyone, we did keep in mind the 3% going across the board that was suggested by the county council, with just a few exceptions. For Leanne and I, as the director and assistant director, we did ask for a slight increase. We are proud to say that we have completed the state certification through the SEATS program. We are also recognized for the federal level. So at this point in time, we are the only two in the state of Indiana that are both federally and state certified. And so simply asking for, instead of the 3%, to go to the 5%, which was roughly around $1,300 total, $1,394. With also moving into the office and clerical, we have 2 staff members that do campaign finance. That has become a more specialized feature within the office. Their salaries were differentiated before with the clerks and so forth, about $1,000. We're asking for an increase in like $500 for that, which took them to the 4% mark versus the 3%. Both of them are very highly specialized in campaign finance and felt that there was a need to increase their salaries for that. Based on that, everything else we kept at the 3% mark. Moving into the budget, we did plus and minus a few things, but still kept within the same exact amount. And we did that based on where we're at this year, where we saw we were being short in a couple items and where, as an example, we needed more work money in the election worker per diem. We needed more money in seasonal workers this year. Needed a little bit more in printing this year. So what we did is we took from property rental, took from freight and express, and kind of just put them where we were kind of come to you soon. For transfers, we went ahead and took care of it into next year's budget. So it came up to a 0 difference. We just moved along within there to be helpful. Moving into QCAP, we requested, where's the total out on that?
Is that for computers?
That was for some computers and toners, and the Microsoft licensing for 4 new computers and some toners. $17,953 out of QCAP. And that was sent to data for their approval. Longevity, of course, it is what it is based on the number of years. We're very happy that we have seasoned workers who have been here for a long time. And so that came to $7,180. Unused funds and unencumbered, you will see that we are we are very good with working within our budget in any place where we can. We don't go in and overspend. So it looks like we're anticipating returning about 53,000 next year. Now, of course, that could change because as we lead into the presidential election, the primary was very slow. And we didn't have to pull in any part-timers to assist us in processing the ballots. That will probably, most likely, not be the case for the general. So this is what we anticipated, but again, that could change based on the flow of the election this year and how many more people we need to call in. Labor and positions, we kind of already went over that with the difference, and then the miscellaneous revenue, we are not a highly, we don't
Generate revenue.
yeah, it just doesn't happen in our office. We're selling maps and some poll books and so forth. Keep in mind, next year is an off-year election. We must plan, though, of course, for an election. We've already been notified that next year there are probably at least 2 school corporations that will have an election. If they have the election, that is, they pay for it and it will come back to us. But of course, we have to pay for it in advance. And the important part here is, even though it is an off-year election, the funds need to still stay, because if you take from here to give to someone else the next year, the funds aren't there for us when we need them. So we try to be very good stewards of the money. We hope that our little overview helps. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer. I did not put in for funding for our other ones with the campaign finance or any of those other line items. It didn't come up within the system. But at this point in time, being it's not for election, that would be as if we were purchasing new voting equipment or any of that kind of stuff. So I didn't put in any requisitions for any of that for next year. If we run across that, we will just come back to you and do it at that point in time.
Okay.
Louis, let's say, Michelle. Where is this new non-reverting?
That's what we're asking.
Has to be created.
That will come from, but the funds will come from where?
So like the $53,000 that we're anticipating giving back to you this year, we're hoping that instead of rolling that back into the county general fund, that we roll that 53,000 into the non-reverting fund, and that we continue to do that year after year. So next year, if there's no election and we don't use up the budget, the goal would be to roll that into there, so that way we can start creating the nest egg for when we do purchase the equipment. We're not coming back and saying, hey, we need $10 million. I don't know what the cost would be at this point in time to come in here and say, hey, we need to come up with $10 million. And how do you pull that out of your back pocket? It's just not doable. So if we start putting in a little bit of money year after year after year, we're that much more prepared.
Is this, am I looking at 300,000? Is this the Lake County voting system cumulative fund?
We have a couple of funds out there.
Yeah. So that is actually, I believe, what that fund is specifically for. There's not an active tax rate for that fund currently. It'd be a strategic decision by the council to decide that they want to start, reinitiate the rate, reestablish the rate for that fund, and then use that funding source to build up money to buy voting equipment, or wait and see if there's any legislation that comes through for grants. I mean, there's a decision by the council. I don't like the idea of taking, it's just messy. I mean, there's rules around transferring money from fund to fund, and this wouldn't apply for any of those rules, so.
Right.
Just like the recorder generates money.
Yeah.
She generates money, copying fees, et cetera. And for a non-reverting fund, I don't have a problem, but just extra money, we'll keep it. I don't know if I'm too cool with that.
And I mean, it is something that we've talked to you guys before. And certainly we want to do what's best for you, what's best for the county. What we're saying is that they're electronics, they have a shelf life, and that's going to come up in the not too far future. And so when we need new election equipment, we do anticipate it will be several $1 million. And at that point, we don't want to come in and say, hey, guess what? We need several $1 million. Please come up with it on the spot for us. So somebody mentioned, can we come up with a capital plan? Can we come up with a plan to make this so it's not an emergency later? And that's our goal, is to try and somehow prepare ourselves and you that we don't have an emergency situation when we need funds to get equipment.
What would trigger the replacement of the equipment?
Yeah, well,
like typically with IT, with laptops and things like that, there's best practice of every 3 years you get new laptops.
We haven't found anything that is a written, policy for that. What they're telling us is they have a shelf life, and I don't have that.
I think it was like 10 to 12 years.
10 to 12 years, and it's different between the voting machine and the poll pads, the iPads. So, they have a little bit longer, I think, shelf life. So, once you get past a certain point, you can no longer update your list, you can no longer update them and that kind of stuff. So those have to be updated in order to stay up, be able to get the new firmware updates or software updates.
So when did we purchase, what's our equipment now, how old is it?
I have all of that in a memo downstairs that I'm certainly happy to share with all of you, so you can kind of get a handle on that and see where we're at, kind of where those needs are. We're in the middle now with our board for an election equipment bid process. We're just gathering information at this point, find out what type of system they would want to proceed with and ballpark what those costs are going to be. Just trying to get everybody prepared for it because we know it's eventually going to come, but we'll send you the document that tells, because I can't remember off the top of my head, forgive me. That tells you what year all of our equipment is and when we anticipate needing to replace it.
And keep in mind, when we did the iPads, we were able to kind of do those out of our budget because I believe when we got them, it was like a 9-year election. So we were able to take that budget to purchase the iPads. So that way we didn't have to come in and ask for them. iPads have a little bit shorter lifespan. Like we have a bunch down there where we've already had to replace them once. The good news is on the old ones, we're actually going to get some use out of them now because they've allowed us to now start putting sample ballots on them. So instead of having to print ballots, we're now going to start putting them on our sample ballots for at the polling places. But iPads do have a shorter life. The voting machines, I believe, are around 10 to 12 years. And we've been doing updates to them periodically to make sure that they're still in good working shape.
So Scott.
I don't know what the rest of the council, I would hate to start a process on a levy fund.
Yeah.
On a levy fund. Just start saying,
Yeah.
I'll keep that money in case you
Put it
need
to
it,
the side for you, yeah.
you know.
However you guys would like to do it, we were just trying to come up with an option. You guys know much more experienced on how the budget has to be. We just were trying to give an option of sitting there saying, instead of just roll this back in, can we go this avenue? If you sit there and say, no, it can't be done, then that's great.
I think you both do a wonderful job.
At least we're having the conversation.
I told you that, but I'm a little uncomfortable with that part.
Just for my own, so say you do your research and you say, we probably got 10 years. I'm just making up numbers.
Okay.
And it's gonna cost us 3 million to replace it. And we accrue 300,000 a year over those 10 years. Is that reasonable or is that like, would the state allow that? Can we do that? Is that a good idea, bad idea?
Into that cumulative fund. I mean.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, if
right.
you take your pick on Q funds you'd like to use it, then we have a Q cap fund.
Yeah.
Continue to build money in for that specific.
So we could use that for voting machines as well. Gotcha.
Or we can look at strategically reestablishing the rate for the Q voting machine funds. It hasn't been in effect since I've been here since 2019. I don't know when we stopped funding building that fund up.
Yeah.
I guess it sounds like there's a multi-million-dollar expense coming at some point. That if we can get, I think it would be helpful if we could narrow that window down. But then it's even incremental 50 grand, whatever the number is, it may
take forever.
Plug a $3 or $4 million need.
Yeah.
So
That we're perfectly, we'll submit all that to you guys so you know where we're at. We'll keep you informed as we go through this bid process, the information gathering at this point. And I know you mentioned, and we are very diligent. I think you all know me that we apply for grants as often as we can. We'll be coming back to you with a little bit of good news soon. But we are limited by law. We can only use funds that come from the government. We are not allowed to, at this point, we used to be able to, we are no longer allowed to get sources from private funds.
Like colleges or anything.
Well, a couple years ago when COVID hit, remember we were able to get that grant. And next year they stopped us from getting any outside grants. So it can only come from Secretary of State, JAGs, those type of, from the government is all we can get money from. So at this point in time, And it's hard to sit there and say, okay, like on a computer, every couple of years, let's trade out the computers because it is a certified system. You don't want to be using two different softwares to run an election. And so it's going to be one of those things when it goes, the entire system goes. It's not like I can parse out and do two different voting systems at the same time. It'd just be chaos.
Okay.
So just food for thought for you guys. And we're just trying to help out in any way we can of being prepared for that day when it comes.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for having us see through that.
All right. Soil and water, plan commission's not here.
So, sure.
Oh, veterans. Oh, she's court. She's here.
Good morning.
Morning.
everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
You guys had a great weekend, long weekend.
Yeah, that's good. Did you grill out?
Yes.
All right.
I did it. I went out to eat. I am Julie with Lake County Soil and Water, and Kevin here, Kevin Garland is our chairman of our board. And he's passing out the annual reports that we always do historical. It just really keeps us intact and it showcases the involvement that we have in the county with the public and teaching all our natural resources to everyone and doing field days with the farmers and the producers and also working with the MS4 communities in Lake County. So we want to say thank you for your support that you have given us over the years. And also a thank you to Councilman P for meeting with us and talking over the budget with us. So thank you so much. But for our 2025 budget, we're status quo.
Okay.
We're good. We're good. We appreciate it. And we're just hoping for the 3% increase in the full-time salary position.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No one's here from Plan Commission, correct? Veteran Service, Jason? What's that? You want to come up, please present your budget? Morning.
Morning.
I'll pass them.
How was your holiday?
Good, how about yours?
So in that packet, well, first and foremost, my name is Jason Godey. I'm the director of the Veterans Service Office. I am also the lead Veterans Service Officer. So I have dual roles on that. Within this packet, you're going to find breakdowns of what is considered the northwest Indiana district for the 16 counties. I do have comparisons from last year to this year. You're also going to see some of the expenditures that VA has for fiscal year 23. Fiscal year 23 was kind of unique because it doesn't accurately portray how significant the 2022 PACT Act legislation was. I would see those numbers expressed more clearly on the 2024 GDX because there's still stuff pending. And you're also going to see comparisons from counties that have significantly less population than us. And that's what we're here for, is to discuss our budget increase. I think for a lot of this, you're going to see it, as far as supplies, office stuff, we're pretty okay on that, and just need standard, increases for reflecting inflation. But a lot of it is going to be towards salaries. And I say that because when you look at page 4 and 5, you can see the breakdown of populations where I've completely factored out Marion because they are the capital. They have 50,000 something veterans. But if you look at us, Lake County has 25,000 veterans. We are the #1 populated area, but on pay, we're ranked 6th. That's not, I don't think that's right for us, how hard we work in that office. when you talk about the hard work, you can come back into looking at our numbers for, just sheer office visits. We're in through August. Our scheduled appointments is already at 1,500. For the year last year, it was at 1,792. We're continuing to stay steady busy. We're still booked out 6 weeks, even with 3 VSOs now. I have gotten my third VSO settled in he's actively taking claims. But for Allen County, they have 22,000 veterans. And you can see in my data set what their salary is compared to ours. White County has 1,800 veterans, and their CVSO still makes more money than we do here in Lake County. But Hendricks County, Hamilton County, Johnson County, they all compensate their service officers for the work that they do. But with populations in the 10,000s, and you're talking about us being at 25,000 plus, minus, I've mentioned the surrounding counties. So the number that I threw out for the increase is a happy medium, I would say, between where we currently are and where other CDSO/director department heads are, plus their assistant DSO. So, are there any questions?
Are the staffing levels the same? Do they have?
There, they would have one county veteran service officer, and that's defined in the Indiana code, and then they would have at least one assistant county veteran service officer. So even Porter County has 9,000 veterans, and they have 3 full-time and 1 part-time service officer. And I'm asking for another line item for another full-time service officer going into 2025. I would like there to be 4 of us. We need it.
Okay, any other questions from anyone? I noticed like the phone calls are decreasing. Is that because are in person or?
No, I would say that would just be, as far as phone calls or phone messages.
Well, I don't know. You tell me, because it says phone calls / messages.
Okay, so that would be messages that were left for somebody to call back, say we were busy with an appointment. I would think that having another full-time admin assistant that's there 8 hours, plus the other full-time service officer would have offset some of those numbers because there are more people to answer the phones now. Now it's phone claims. Phone claims, I would say we're probably on par to exceed what we did last year, and that's just appeals, high-level reviews, things that people don't need 6 weeks to see us for. We can just take care of it right then and there on the phone.
Okay.
But that's kind of where we're at.
But you're reaching more veterans. Are we reaching more?
And that's, one thing that I can't factor in is how many veterans from Illinois that we do serve because the way that our VA medical center is set up here. So Adam Benjamin Clinic in Crown Point is directly tied to Jesse Brown.
Right.
Thereby we get a lot of, again, if it's just a hop and skip to come over here from Sauk Village and it saves you going to David Taylor to file a claim, I'm okay with that as long as the veteran is getting service and quality service.
Gotcha.
Councilman Bilski, you can attest to what happens when DAV comes down from Chicago and it's an 8-hour wait. 120, 200 people on DAV leaves.
We're sharing a lot of service, Councilor. I mean, I've gone to DAV meetings in Porter County. We're moving guys, got Lake County guys heading over there. We got folks coming over here. So the system's just open.
But we are pushing quality over quantity. Just as recent as last month, a spouse had been denied going back to 2002, got her benefits finally, totaling $309,800 some odd $1,000. They went back 22 years, and now I'm working on 95-02 because her husband missed out. We are consistently pulling in, just 38,000 here, 40,000 there, but that money going to that spouse in our county, that's spending power within the county. That's financial stability. That's being able to pay mortgage and bills and stuff like that. So I haven't been able to yet quantify the financial benefit of having our office, but it is there. I think it's obvious with the GDS numbers, when we're seeing $147 million in compensation and pension go to veterans and their spouses in Lake County alone.
Any questions from anyone? All right, thank you. I know you're a busy guy.
You guys have a good rest of the day and thank you for taking your time to me out.
Okay, let's see, veterans weights and measures. No one's here.
Judge is there.
Superior, yeah, judge is here. Judge, you want to come forward? And you can.
Good morning.
Morning.
Judge.
Morning.
Yes, I start out by saying I want to thank the council for its consistent support of the courts in Lake County and specifically the Lake Superior Court Civil Division, of which I'm senior judge. Our budget request, I guess I would characterize as somewhat modest, 3% increase for employees, which I believe also indicated that if you feel it is fiscally responsible to grant more, we certainly appreciate that. We are also asking for a 6% base salary increase for our secretaries and office managers. There are 7 of those positions, and they do a great deal of heavy lifting in terms of the numbers we have to report to Indianapolis and just, running and operating the courts in general. The other increases, fairly modest, except for maybe equipment where, our equipment's getting older, it's aging out. But the total increase of all of our line item appropriations is about a little over $6,000. So that's basically what we're looking for. And if you have any questions.
When you say equipment, do you mean computers or?
Yeah, well, computers, we have a copying machine that serves room 1 and room 5 in Hammond that's probably 50 years old. And it's a wonderful machine, but every year something goes wrong and it's like you have to maybe sign with the cross if they have a part available to fix it. So, things like that, equipment that has served us well, but it's getting old and probably needs to be replaced. So our request is $10,000. That would cover the cost of these, anything that we would need in terms of equipment. Our courts going, and there are 7 courts. I don't think that's a whole lot.
Okay.
Judge,
Any
you
questions?
enjoyed, and myself, we were gonna meet and we got
messed up.
We sure did. My fault, I guess.
I think it was mine too.
But you folks met with Scott, right?
Oh, you did.
When I spoke to you, I think I spoke to George.
Yes.
Cool.
We did.
Good, because Scott said everything seemed okay, so I appreciate it. Good job.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Scott. Anything else you need to know from us?
No, good.
No.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you much. And thank you again for your support.
I appreciate it.
Surveyor? Morning.
I apologize for missing my.
Morning. Okay.
Thank you for taking time to take things a lot of words. I wanted to kind of go over some of the changes I'm requesting and, answer any questions or. Most of the budget we're requesting is staying largely the same. We're asking for a 3% increase across the board for salaries for employees, with some exceptions. I am asking for merit-based increases for a few employees. I can explain that. First employee I'm requesting an additional raise of 7% rather than 3%. It is Matthew Cashin, our GIS director. He's in the past year or so taken great initiative to move our GIS to an in-house based hosted site, which is going to save a lot of money on outside consultants, and it'll be a lot easier to make changes quickly. Public needs changes made. That needs to be a better product. We got it out to the public already. We got some great response to it. So I'm asking for a 7% increase for him, and a 7% increase for our surveying administrator, who's taking a lot more duty than his current
7% raise for our MS4 coordinator who also served as attorney, performing in-house legal work that used to cost about $20,000 per year. And also the cost of doing that for us, as well as other duties. And the other change, I came before you guys a few months ago for kind of mid-year request to take salary from an employee who passed away in my office, do an outside consultant. I'm asking to make that a permanent change. So we would be eliminating the salary for Mr. Chris Brown's previous position. He's now going to be changed into the position of the employee who passed away. So we're going to recommend that salary that we use for outside consultants permanently, which I think will be an overall savings in the future.
Okay. Any questions?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
I see Judge Dermott is here. Come forward. Are you here to present? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam President, Council. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity today to present on our proposed budget for Lake Circuit Court. There are a few significant requests that we're making, but I did want to explain the reason for that and also answer any questions that you might have. And I know Councilman Ham, you and I have spoken about this as well.
Right.
We undertook a survey of salaries for different positions, different court positions throughout the county. And it came to our attention that there were certain positions that we did not have parity with respect to the the Superior Court. And so the increases in the salaries that we're requesting are solely to bring parity from Circuit Court to Superior Court. And generally those would reflect then 9% increase. There's one position that would be just a 3%, but the one that is probably going to pop out to you is the one for our Domestic Relations Counseling Bureau director. When comparing her salary to that of the other directors of other courts, we saw that she was significantly compensated less, and we wanted to bring her into parity. Also in light of the fact that she's taken on a number of additional responsibilities in the last few years, having to now facilitate a self-help center that Circuit Court has opened, and also the kiosk, the self-help kiosk that's in the clerk's office. She is the liaison between the state, the clerk, and the Circuit Court. And then also all of these things are additional responsibilities, and she has not seen any increase in compensation for those increased responsibilities. And so the other positions, again, are positions that we basically took an average of the salaries that Superior Court is offering for those same positions, and just taking an average of those, we came up with these proposed increases for those individual positions as well: bailiff, chief bailiff, office manager, secretary, et cetera, et cetera. There were also some modest increases that we're requesting for travel, lodging, travel, mileage, et cetera, so that we can continue to attend our continuing judicial education opportunities. And I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you have. I know Councilman Ham and I have talked about this at length. We've also had an opportunity to meet with Scott, and we appreciate that as well. But I don't think I've had a chance to speak to anybody else about this. So if you have any questions, I and/or Vera will be happy to answer.
And the total cost, Judge, is did I get this text from you or?
From me, yeah.
56 grand.
Mhm.
And I spoke to Scott on it, and I'm comfortable, but it was, what you referred to it as a parity correction, because we had raised some of the courts, and unbeknownst to me or Scott, those weren't raised in the Circuit Court. So it would be a parity correction from what we did last year for the one court out of the 17.
Anyone else got any questions? All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Judge Coda, please. I'm sorry I overlooked you. Morning.
Am I right?
Thank you. So I've not had the pleasure of appearing before the council previously, Madam President, and honored council Judge Natalie Lakota, the criminal division. And I have the honor and the privilege of serving as a senior judge now for this year and next year. Along with Ida Chapman Sanders, we've worked very hard in the criminal division to come up with a budget that we think is reasonable. You'll notice I'm going to turn the mic over to Ida, who is a little bit better with the details of the figures. But we've worked very hard to have a modest budget. There are two areas where we're asking for more substantial funds, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. And I'll turn it over to Ida.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ida.
Okay, so the criminal division is asking for a 3% increase for all of the employees. We're also asking for increase for one of the secretaries in the criminal probation department to make the same as the other secretary in probation department. We're asking for an additional 20,000 to go in our other communication and transportation for extraditions. We run out of money out of there at the end, toward the end of the year, every year seems as though, and this year we also is gonna run out. So we're asking for an additional 20,000 for that fund to go into the other communication. We're asking also 20,000 to go into our other professional services. That pays the doctors, the psychiatrists, the interpreters, the consultant contractor. And the probation department salaries are adjusted according to the judicial conference of Indiana. So their salaries is already set. We have the fund 2143. That's the adult probation. This one is collected from the defendants that are put on probation. We have fund 1347. That's the county attention transportation. The probation department collects money from this fund to also offset the cost of extraditing defendants and contract.
Any questions?
That's it. No, I just wanted to speak very briefly, if I could, concerning what I guess to me seems like the bigger ticket request concerning our professional services for doctors, et cetera. You know, we've seen, I know as President Sid knows from our JRAC meetings, we've seen just an explosion of defendants coming into the court with mental health disorders. And in prior years, where, you know, Attorney O'Donnell knows, you'd once in a blue moon have someone come in charge of the crime and request to be examined for competency or sanity. It's just, it's an epidemic. We have so many individuals who are mentally ill, and those doctors, you know, why didn't I go to medical school? Well, not smart enough, but they are making a lot of money doing these evaluations, and they're necessary evaluations. I mean, these are not defendants who are pretending to be mentally ill. They're really compromised, and they need to be evaluated, and many of them don't belong in prison. They belong in locums. So we've got to fund that. With regard to extraditions, the only thing I wanted to stress to you very briefly, I know it's been a long morning for you, is that I am the only senior judge who's ever appeared in front of you who has this unique benefit, is that I was a magistrate for 20 years. So as a magistrate, I know the magistrates in the criminal division are the people who review what we call the hits, when someone's caught in Wyoming or Arizona or Florida, and we have to decide whether we're going to bring them back. So maybe it's my Polish heritage, I don't know, but I'm very careful with the coin. So we often say no to bringing people back. We often, Magistrate Sullivan, now Magistrate Watson, when we find people in a foreign jurisdiction, we often don't go and get them if we don't feel we have the funds. But there are people who request disposition under the interstate agreement on detainers. And they have a federal and a state right to have us go and get them and bring them back. So we don't have a choice. We have to transport those people, and the transportation costs have skyrocketed. I don't know, and we discussed it at judges' meetings, but those costs have really increased tremendously. And that's why we're asking for additional money for that.
I just want to say thank you, Judge. I deal with it on the side. I've got a couple of vets I'm working with that are in a very bad mental place.
Right.
The system's turned their back on them. They don't qualify for it. They've had their run-ins with the law, one in particular. And how do you get them help when they don't have the ability of asking for help because they don't think they need it?
Yeah.
I commend you for you guys doing it. It's terrible.
And I have
Terrible.
the privilege of presiding over our mental health board in the criminal division, and it's so disturbing. The vast majority of the people who matriculate through who are mentally ill, we're discovering more and more were molested as children.
Oh.
Those numbers are, it's just, you feel like you have to go to confession after hearing about it. It's really disturbing. So thank you for saying that.
I appreciate it.
All right, are there any questions? I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for your
Judge.
attention. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you on that one, Leslie.
You too. Thank you, Ed. All right, weights and measures. Come on up.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Well, I am pleased to report to you that our budget is running smoothly with no significant changes or issues that I need to address today. We are on track with our financial goals and maintaining efficient operations. However, in line with the annual adjustments provided to the government employees, we will kind of request the standard salary increase that you guys may provide. And that's just to continue to retain the employees that work for the department and make sure our department continues the success that it has been, which includes, I started with the department in late in 2019, and we have increased our revenue by $20,000 since 2019 to 2024. So that's all I have for you today.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you. Okay, you wanna, what time is it?
Did they get there?
Yeah, we have time. Oh, are you here to give a budget? Oh. Yes, yeah, okay. Thank you for waiting for me. There's no one else, right?
Yeah.
Waiting for lunch?
For the planning commission, since he's.
You got anything you wanna, what's that?
Ned messaged me regarding the planning commission, since he's unable to be here today.
Okay.
He asked me if I'd cover him, but he
Okay.
left his budget equal to 24 and 3% raise, so very simple.
Okay.
How's he doing?
I think he's improving. Yeah. I don't have any details, but I think he's getting better. I think things are working.
Good.
Yeah.
Same for the count, I guess I cover the council's budget, same thing, same budget as last year for non-salary line items and 3% raises for existing positions.
Yeah, we're gonna do some work on the council's budget and some of the positions, we're gonna review and do job descriptions. All right, are we breaking early? The only one that was missing
Lunch should be here in 5 minutes.
was the assessor. Ron said he didn't know about the meeting, so I don't know, are we using the right email?
Who didn't know?
Ron?
You know, on some of our group emails, I responded back to them, and then I didn't look to see whose it was. I got a rejection.
It's like a first performance or something.
Yeah, one performance is like an email I use for him.
I think
So
I
I've ever received.
Did you get something
For him?
I've got some bound back. I
That might have been. I
I
didn't-
think his was the one that bounced
I
back
don't
to me.
remember.
I believe.
We done until what,
He does have a county email address now. We should probably switch over.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him which one, which email should we send them to, but I mean, or send them to both.
Yeah, sometimes I send them both.
Yeah. That's what I do with you, I think, or
Yeah.
somebody. I think I
Yeah,
sent
you
you
and-
now the right one. Yeah. And Tom, you have a couple emails. I try to use the county one. Which email do you prefer we use to correspond with you?
Are we good?
Okay, we're good. Break for lunch, break time, recess.
Motion to recess until 1 o'clock.
Second.
Motion been made. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Just you hand a stack to people passing out.
There you go. Hey.
Okay, in regards to,
Go ahead.
oh, okay, Scott's got one. In regards to this, basically for the budget this year, I'm looking to, increase everyone's salaries and hourly wages for the fairgrounds. Make it more conducive to the salaries that go along with the jobs that we do at the fairgrounds. As you can see, I've pretty much outlined everything from superintendent to all the full-time staff. I'm also requesting 2 new hires for full-time. The total for that would be $133,640. To offset some of this, I would get rid of the seasonal employee from the general fund and the non-reverting fund, which would bring 32,000 towards that dollar amount. And I'm also requesting for the part-time, we go from what we are now is at $13 an hour. I'd like to see $15 an hour. So if we need to hire someone part-time, we have the ability of staying pretty equivalent to other companies and other, like Taco Bell, McDonald's. The wages. Trying to stay.
No, it is what it is.
I mean, it is what it is. Everyone's pretty much at $15 an hour and above to start. So with that total, we're looking at $18,830. So for a grand total, $152,470, I'm looking to add to the budget for 2025. Keep in mind the 32,000 would be go towards the full-time or part-time employment. If you look at the second page, out of the funds from the fairgrounds and my budget, you guys passed the increase for the fairgrounds for rentals, which is $60,000. Since
Excuse me, is that what you anticipate as an increase?
that's an increase. Everything on here right now is an increase. The fine arts, the roof has been done. The price point we have it set at the moment is very low due to the fact that the fair board has stuff stored in the second floor, so only able to utilize the first floor, and it hasn't been remodeled yet or refurbished, which we're looking to do in the next year or so. I'm trying to make that into a venue, more of a wedding hall type venue where we can obtain quite a bit more money for weddings. And also there you see the 32,000 also on there from the seasonal by the time you put them through the everything by going through the motions of the application process to getting them background checked. They're already either back in school or,
Time is money.
Councilman Niemeyer did speak of a 4% increase in the general fund, which we aim to $15,000. Also, I am looking to have an ordinance pass and look to have rentals of tables and chairs for weddings and different venues that we have going on at the fairgrounds instead of having rental companies come in. We have a lot of rental companies come in for different things and they're in and out all the time. And I think that if we promote that, we could gain a lot of revenue by renting tables and chairs.
Do we have the tables and chairs?
Tables and chairs are being purchased. And I will be submitting a request to rent tables and chairs. There'll be $3.25 a chair and $15 a table, and there'd also be, if they want, there'll be a takedown fee and a setup fee also. So with that being said, total offset that I've come up with is $145,523. So the offset a negative $6,946. So basically, all that's coming from within the general fund and the non-reverting fund from the fairgrounds, except for the $6,000, so say $7,000. Also, I'd like to see overtime put in. There is no overtime at the fairgrounds at all. All there is comp time. So there is no, the employees have no option at the moment to, if they wanted full-time, any overtime at all, there isn't that option. It's just comp time, which I feel is wrong. And going off of just comp time hours alone, I came up with a number of $9,375. And that number wouldn't be that high, I don't think. I don't think they take advantage of it. A lot of that is during the winter. If we have events, we have to be there to plow. We're there 365 days a year. We have a lot of events that, you know, go on different times. But also adding new employees. I can have someone at the fairgrounds throughout the whole day instead of Monday through Friday, and only maybe one person working during the weekend. I can have 2 shifts. Make things run smoother. And
you guys do your own snow removal now, and they're getting compensatory time?
time they get,
I thought we built that into an ordinance that we eliminated compensatory time years ago.
You mean for all county employees?
Yeah, I thought we got away with
Some
the state
point, and then
ordinance of
they could
getting
ask
away
for
with it.
overtime. I thought so, but we'll look into that.
I recall that too, and over the treasurer's office.
Okay. Any questions?
What's the total increase?
I'm sorry,
Total increase.
I still,
What is your total increase?
Well, he's stating that with the anticipated revenue, what he's, and the offsets, he's talking 9,375.
Total, that's what,
Yeah.
right. And considering with that being said, the number that I have down for part-time would probably be reduced because I would be promoting within. That number that is on there now is what I have for part-time right now. So you could probably $20,000 at least could come off of that number because I am promoting within.
So your two new hires you would promote from
Correct.
some of your part-time staff.
Yes.
Insurance costs. Okay, any questions? Thank you.
Okay, just 2 more real quick.
Oh,
Just,
okay.
sorry. The only other thing I have is public supplies. General fund, $2,500 I'm requesting, and non-reverting, $2,500. I didn't put that on the.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. But you submitted in your budget.
Yes,
Okay.
and that's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. That's enough.
You're good. Okay. Parks.
Is that Charlie?
Yeah.
What did he say?
You calling.
Tell them Bernie is here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed my opportunity.
Oh, yeah. All right.
All right, good afternoon. Be concise, we try to keep the entire budget within about a 3% amount, based upon conversations earlier. Generally, staff has a 3% raise, except for a handful of people, whose, what they do doesn't match their salary. So we balance that out by taking money from the unemployment insurance, which we've been a little high on because we were trying to keep it high because we had that issue many years ago. So it balances out overall to about 3%, not really calculating group insurance or some of the other, I don't know where group insurance is going to be. We've also taken several positions and retitled them. So we're going to have elimination and the addition of a job description. We've had several people doing jobs that's not really their title, but we've been reluctant to make title changes because of Oracle and just thought we'd wait. Everybody's in agreement. They're doing a job, they're getting paid. Beyond that, you'll notice some other, I don't have any handouts, sorry. Increases in some of our specific line items like insurance, utilities, equipment repair. It's just the cost of business is going up. And if you remember, we operate out of the 107 operating budget and the 117 non-reverting. So that amount of money for insurance it's like half of what it costs us in a year. And we make that up through non-reverting and the revenues we generate. We always view this is an appropriation, and we've got to make a fair amount of the cash to make it happen, because it's without cash, what are you going to do? We also went through, as you were talking earlier, when I submit claims to the park board and I look at them, I would say 80% of our claims are just reoccurring claims, monthly claims. We have 30 odd NIPSCO meters throughout the park department. We have internet, we have web pages, we have porta-johns. I mean, all that stuff just keeps, doesn't even nickel and dime us, but those nickels and dimes add up to like dollars. And so what we have left over to do actual major repairs and construction is always limited. We were able to do a bunch of paving this year because we've been saving money as cash. And we did the main lot at the water park. We did the Deep River Mill area and Turkey Creek. So essentially we're about a 3.76% increase overall, which on my numbers is about $336,000.
Any questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful day out there. I know you've been inside all day, so it's very nice.
We should have held this meeting at Turkey Creek.
Well, there will be a small fee because it's a concessionaire. Take care, everyone.
Prosecutor. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was hoping Charlie Brown would be here today.
Yes.
Again. I love seeing you all, but been missing Charlie. Good to see everyone. We're only asking, I say only 4% overall for increase. In addition to the deputy attorney's ranges, 4% on that. In addition to that, we're asking for 2 new positions with our SVU unit that will be basically assigned to the Child Advocacy Center. I don't know if have you been following maybe in the paper or people mentioning that Lake County is the only county in the state that does not have a Child Advocacy Center. And we now do have Angie. I'm going to introduce you to Angie because we've been working with her to help her in her journey to come into Lake County. She's going to be writing grants, getting funding for it to build or an existing center. We've met with the commissioners and they're very, very much interested in her coming to our county. We need a child advocacy center in our county because there's a deficiency in terms of victims being able to be seen by an advocate or being interviewed by a professional. There's certain qualifications to qualify to have a child advocacy center in your community. She's at Dunberg, and she certainly is doing that now and wants to bring one here to Lake County. So we're very encouraged. Our office is very encouraged by it. We met with Sid and others to talk about the 2 positions that would be assisting in that child advocacy center for Lake County. Let's see. So, anything else on what I have? Yeah.
Angie, explain.
Angie, want to explain just real briefly
Yeah, for a child advocacy center, we work together as a team. So there is our center, which we will have forensic interviews. And being forensic is that there is an investigation. So there's an investigation, an allegation of abuse, whether sexual, physical, witness to a crime. And law enforcement and Department of Child Services are looking into that allegation. They bring that child to the center where we will, in a child-friendly way, interview that child. That is a non-leading. It can withstand within court. So we, the interviewers also go to court. We cannot say what that child has said, but we can explain to juries the reason that kids delay in disclosure, and there's several different things that we can go on with that. But while we're at the center and looking into that, law enforcement and DCS are watching from an observation room to that child. And it is best practices that we have a prosecutor there as well that is watching and those best practice in that interview. And after the interview is done, then the team is making a plan as to what that child says, what corroborating evidence are they going to go look for. So as far as if that child had said something at that home, what pictures are being taken, who is doing that, who's gathering medical records. And so there is a plan afterwards, and then the investigation continues. We also have family advocates that work with the non-offending caregiver, getting that child set up for medical exams and getting them hooked up with mental health to have more of that holistic approach to healing on that. But so we have kind of our investigative side and then the aftercare for that child and family.
And she would be using every law enforcement agency or serving every law enforcement agency in the county. We have approximately 21, 22 law enforcement.
26.
26? Oh, 26.
Yes, you gotta think of the railroads and the schools.
Oh, that's right, yeah. You know, universities and things of that nature. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. But they will be able to utilize her facility, which is, it'd be very helpful in terms of our office, our prosecution also.
Looking at just kind of numbers of how many reports that were made to Department of Child Services in 2023, there was 850 sex abuse reports alone that were made to Department of Child Services. And in our protocols that we make up as a team with law enforcement, prosecutors, DCS, we would then have all those kids that needed a forensic interview that had reported sex abuse would come to the Child Advocacy Center. So that's going to increase the number of interviews that are being seen. It is co-investigated between law enforcement and DCS. And so just looking at hard numbers that I could find was just that DCS number. And so we were estimating about 1,200 interviews that could possibly be coming in. And with that, having a prosecutor. So right now at Dubrook in LaPorte County, we do about 400 a year. And so it's 3 times the amount. We do roughly between 30 and 40 interviews a month and going. So.
And Angie would be writing grants, which she's already done for the present location to get the workers for that particular unit, counselors and things of that nature, as well as to facilitate the build out on the property, whether she gets a pre-existing location or as the commissioners we met with about 3 weeks ago indicated that they may be doing something with emergency center, building something like that, and they might have enough room in that building to house her. And we're certainly very much interested in that application if they can, that can come to fruition. So we're very encouraged by it. But I just wanted to introduce you to her because you're reading the paper about this unit coming to Lake County and the benefits that the citizens will have having this unit in our community. The current sheriff's department do most of our investigations, but they don't do, she will be doing all types of interviews. And even if it doesn't turn out to be a criminal matter, they still will give assistance and counseling and treatment to these individuals and families.
But these aren't necessarily lawyers, right, Bernie?
No, they're not. Well, the two that we're asking for attorneys, prosecuting attorneys to help prosecute these cases and file the cases and to work with them. And also we have a backlog, which we've had for a while, the entire state with our sex kits, in terms of rape kits. And they will be assisting in that also, and also trying cases in the felony division. So, yeah, so it's vital that we have their assistance. Yeah. You know, one of the things that, if you look at our budget, we're trying to move money around and trying to find additional salaries for our seasoned attorneys. The starting salary, if you look at IPAC, Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Association, the starting salary in most counties is about 80,000 now. We started 66, 67. And that's starting. We have deputies who are seasoned attorneys in the felony division that make $70,000, $80,000, and they've been with us 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So we really, you know, every year I kind of ask for your support in terms of helping us at least bring our deputies up to the level, you know, like Lafayette. You know, they start off at 79, 80,000. It's a much smaller court system. Our attorneys in the felony division handle on average 200 cases apiece. And we're talking about rapes, robberies. I'm not talking about the traffic divisions and all those other divisions we have, but in the felony division where we do our serious trials, they handle about 200. In Annapolis, in their serious crime court system, they do 33 assignments per attorney. They get assigned 33 cases. And we can't do that because we have to divide them up for whatever we have. So we either have to get more deputies to get down even to that level, or certainly we're justified and we're handling the 200 cases. We are, in all honesty. We're doing a good job. We have the time to do them. Our deputies doing a fantastic job. Our conviction rate is high. However, the salary is what keeps people here. And we lose some very good people because they go on and they go to Porter County and do misdemeanor work. When they used to be seasoned attorneys here, but they're paying $110,000. They go to child, CPS, not CPS, services.
Child.
DCS. DCS. Thank you, counselor. They go to DCS. And they start off at 110,000. And we've lost a couple of deputies to them. And then they go over there and I don't want to talk about this, but they're bored. They're not doing what they used to do here that they enjoy. It's different type of work, but the money speaks louder than many times, you know, you have to live, you have a family. So we're asking, you know, obviously you guys have always been good to us, but any measure that you can use to utilize to get our salaries of our deputies, and it's not, you know, I get paid by the state of Indiana, so I'm not talking about Bernie Carter, and I'm not even talking about Morris Gonzalez. I'm not talking about Bart McConnell, but the rest of our deputies, they do a fantastic, affinities here, they do a fantastic job for the citizen, and they deserve more money and better money. They really do. So we're asking that. As far as 4D, we're just asking for the 4% increase in salaries. Now, I wanted to explain about the difference when we eliminated certain positions in 4D.
Sure.
Yeah.
So while we asked for a 4% overall increase, we did ask for additional increases for our deputy prosecutors, excuse me, and then about 17 support staff positions. So that's just to try to balance out what we were paying them through supplemental funds, and to finance that, we did eliminate 5 full-time positions to kind of give us that money. So in our child support division, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but I think we're about even on what we are for 2024.
Thank you. So that's our presentation. Anybody have any questions or anything for us?
No, we'll say it's about time for that child advocacy center.
Yes.
It's about time.
Yeah.
How long have the other ones been in existence?
Advocacy Center started in 1980s.
Okay.
And Dunebrook was we're 35 years old. We were one of the first in the state to become an advocacy center. And I know Elkhart was kind of right there. Casey Center over in St. Joe County were all kind of started at the same time. There's some advocacy centers that are fairly new, within a couple years, 10 years. But Lake County is, and definitely there's the need there. And so when prosecutors had reached out and there were investigators coming over to Dunebrook, I kind of reached out and was like, what's happening? Why are they? So that was kind of how it came about, was prosecutors' offices were sending them over that.
Just
Just a quick question if I could. We have our house over here and we're running programs through there very similar to what we're talking about. Will this be replacing that? They'll be taking over I would say, I can't even think of the name of the.
Family assistance bureaus.
Cheers.
The family.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So that'll be coming off the budget. We'll be able to use.
no, not at all. The problem with that is, I'll be diplomatic about it. They're certainly going, as we know, it's going to still exist. We met with the sheriff and tried to get the sheriff on board to just combine whatever resources we have as well as, because I'm not have no involvement in the Child Advocacy Center that will be coming here. Not at all, other than we will be utilizing the testimonies and the expertise of that unit. So it's not part of Bernie Carter's office.
What about Judge Stefaniak? Has he been involved in these talks too, or?
No, not really, because it doesn't really, other than he handling juvenile cases,
Just assume.
Yeah, no, he.
Not a lawyer.
But no, but I don't.
Clear on it.
Obviously, I can't speak for him, but I can certainly say to knowing him and he has no objection to this. It only helps us. It helps everyone. See, one of the problems is these young kids get molested. Police go there, talk to the kid, make a police statement or incident report or something like that. They bring them, they could take 4 statements before they get to us. So now we got 4 statements that gives the defense argument, because there's gonna be some inconsistencies. Anytime you take 4 statements from the trial, depending on the time when it happened and things of that nature. With this advocacy center, we're gonna be having one product basically to present to the court. One testimony essentially as to what occurred, other than family members that the child may have talked to or things of that nature. But from a law enforcement standpoint, it's only gonna be one person. That's gonna be a certified interviewer, counselor.
Having Angie talk about the qualifications of
Oh, yeah.
interviewers and the qualifications and accreditation of the center.
And that's why the center now, with the sheriff runs, does not qualify to be a center. They don't have the qualification. They don't meet the qualification, but they do. They're sufficient for us to use as a testimony. We continue to use them, and we will continue to use them. But we would prefer law enforcement take their cases to this unit once it's up and running strongly. And we talked to the sheriff about that, about the understanding it's a better situation and things like that.
I was just asking, I'm gonna stay in my lane. I'm
No.
not gonna get involved between you and you guys are the professionals.
Yeah.
I just was curious because I did know we put.
No, that's a very good question. Absolutely. And we thought the same thing and we attempted to try to combine two, and we might still be able to get that done. I'm not giving up on that.
It makes you up and running.
Yes. But nobody would be running it other than.
Right.
It's not a Mr. Carter program or a prosecution program or a county program for that matter.
Right.
All right, any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Marsh, you're up.
This is all, and the bid all. I don't have, why are we running that one? Yeah, we do. And that's what I was a little bit bored when I heard we never did anything, because I want to say it was about 3 years ago, we put a lot of money into that center over there. And I want to say it was part of the Amoresco project was to get HVAC plumbing issues, address all those problems over there. So we did spend quite a bit of money on that, well, maybe 5 years ago.
Okay, Marsh, you're up.
Good afternoon, Tom.
Good afternoon.
Good to see everyone. A reminder that so long as we stay in compliance with the state statutes and regulations and the Public Defender Commission, we bring back 40% of our budget, and this year it'll be 2.7 million.
2.7.
Yeah. So everything we talk about today is in regards to staying in compliance and bringing back that money to Lake County. We seek no new positions this year. Also, please recall that when I asked for a couple of having raises, you're paying 40%. I mean 60% because 40% is reimbursed. So what happens is we take the prosecutor's salaries for 2024. They had some bumps. They had some increases, and then we use a formula to be able to come up with what we need to get paid. The statute says we have to be paid substantially similar. So right now, our lawyers are making $65,520. If we use the rate at which the prosecutors are paid this year, our lawyers should be an increase of $3,100. So their salaries for 2025 should be $68,620 to be in compliance with the state standard. So it'll be a bump of $3,100. For our supervisors, they're currently paid $86,320. If we go by what Mr. Carter's supervisors are paid, we put the formula together, we should be paid $88,910, which is a increase of $2,590. So those are the two groups that would have some slight increases, but of course, remember, it's reduced by 40%. Then the State Public Defender Commission approved and mandated actually an increase in our hourly public defenders. Contract attorneys now, public defenders in Indiana, they've been making $100 an hour, and it's increased to $110 an hour. So we're seeking $100,000 to be able to cover this state mandated increase of $10 an hour. To go into that line item would be $100,000. So those are the increases that we seek. As far as my staff and what have you, I know that the council will be working towards probably a overall budget raise or something. If it's 3%, 4%, that's fine. I'm not asking for any specific raises for any employees. Well, whatever the council says, we're fine with that for the staff employees. And so these are the increases that are required. We have to have them to stay within the guidelines and bring you back the $2.7 million. If there's any questions.
Yeah. No questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Division 1. What here? Oh, there you are.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Judge.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for all the courtesies in the past that you've given to us and our court. We appreciate it. This year, what we're requesting for next year is basically the same as last year, except for maybe 3 exceptions. That we're asking for 3% raise, which the council recommended. That's one change over last year's budget. A second change that we're requesting is an additional probation officer at the entry level of pay for that position. The numbers of the cases seem to be going up. The complexity of the cases are also going up. Drug problems, mental illness, and it's been a strain on the probation departments. And they're averaging around 300 cases per person in probation. The third request over last year's budget is for other professional services, and we're asking an additional approximately 21,000 over last year. And the reason is that now that COVID's over, we're doing more juries, more appeals. We have to pay for the appellate counsel. We have to pay for transcripts for the indigents. And there might be depositions that have to be taken. And that all comes out of professional services. Also, another expense out of that line item would be for the mental health evaluations for to determine competency of the defendants. That's also on the rise. So the 3 changes are the 3%, the additional probation officer at the minimum salary, and an additional approximately 21,000 for professional services. Other than that, I believe the budget's basically the same.
Okay, any questions? Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Division 2. Here yet?
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
I'm here on behalf of Judge Moss. So we are requesting a 3% salary increase for all full-time employees. with the exception of state mandated employees. Those have been adjusted according to the schedule. We're not asking for any additional positions. And for the rest of our budget, we've actually decreased our requests. We have decreased the amount in professional services and have requested increases throughout the rest of the budget to make allowances for some other purchases to better serve the needs of the court. And for instance, for our clothing line, we're asking for an increase there. Our dues and subscriptions, food and lodging, and office supplies. But again, we decreased the amount that we're asking for in other
So you
professional
applied your
services.
reduction. We
Correct.
reduced.
Yes. Yes.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge Kimbrell, oh, well, she said Paul. Okay.
One, two, three, hanging out, listen. Like, my job, two.
We didn't really ask for anything new. We asked for 3% raises or whatever you give, we'll take. We're not going to be picky. Certainly it doesn't affect me anyway. So the staff, the Veterans Treatment Court, we've asked for $3,500 in toxicology, which is a little bit higher, but there were 650 applicants to be a national mentor vet court. We made the top 7. They're picking 5. So by November, I should know if we get that. I'm really excited about it. The first time Indiana's ever had anybody in the finals. So I'm pretty excited about that. So the fact that you helped me do this, I really appreciate because it really is making a big difference in people's lives. We've asked for probation. What's in probation? I'm trying to work on the pretrial stuff, which would eliminate the overtime money that's in the budget. But until we get that up and rolling, they'll have to stay there for criminal rule 2.6. But other than that, there's not a whole lot that we are asking for. We're trying to work with the status quo. We did a couple probation people hit their next mark. So there's a little bit of increase in there because that's mandatory. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I'm good. Anyone? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you need anything, let me know.
Thank you.
Yeah. That was.
Judges. Session.
Oh, Sasha, you're up. Are you there?
Judge,
Okay.
She texted me and I told her there wasn't any need because of the request that she's putting forth, which are nothing.
I'm here.
Go ahead, Judge.
I think we're muted. You muted?
In here. Judge, you want to give your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 second.
Okay, we can hear you.
Something wrong on mine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Sorry about that. What I said was, we've only requested money through CUME-CAP, and that's because data processing informed us that we need 15 new computers or updates, and the FTR recording has a subscription now. So that is our request through CUME-CAP. We have not requested anything else to our budget. We'd like, we're requesting the 3% recommended salary increase, and that's about it. In terms of our problem-solving court, the drug court is up and running. We have every year tried to get grant money. We were approved this year. That money just needs to be appropriated. So we are not asking for any additional funds from the council this time.
All right. Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge. Scott, are you aware of the request the judge put forth from data on the 15? Okay.
Yeah, you turned in your list.
Yes.
Yeah, so most of them should all be on there. I think they. All right, no one's here. Let's see, Jill, nobody. Okay.
Nobody's here.
Nobody
No.
here.
Completely.
I'll let data go, Council, you said, since Mark, do you want to jump ahead?
Oh, yeah, Mark, come on. Nobody's here. I did not catch that. I was looking at my notes.
What time slot did you have?
3:00.
All right, that means we get out a little earlier.
There you go, let's get it done.
I'll try and be brief. Just as a caveat, because you're going to see increases here, the majority of all of my increases have to do with cybersecurity. We've made a large investment this year, and we're making a large investment next year on cybersecurity software and hardware. So a number of these increases you're seeing are for that specific reason. Okay. We invest a lot of money here, and it's worked out. We have never, ever since that issue about 5 years ago, we haven't had one problem with it at all. So we've really come a long way with a lot of this. Okay. So anyway, to get down to tax, other professionals, those are contract increases that we're contracted for every year. We've been able to keep them at a minimum. Last year, they were like 10%. They're down to 4% this year. So although that's more, it's less. On the reassessment fund, the reassessment software support is going up $40,857 for 25. I pay all the assessor software and the tax accounting software out of this budget for them. Okay, they don't have to do it. It's all in my budget. Okay. In the other telephone, we're asking for 48,525 for next year. We're going to be increasing our bandwidth on our internet because we have some state mandates coming up to allow more access by the public to get into public meetings. So that's there to increase that bandwidth. Other professional services, again, contractual increases. They're in two different line items here, but it's the same thing. That's a 9% increase because of those particular software support items increased more this next year than they have this year. And then we have the 64,490. That's cum cap. That's my cum cap for the IT department and all of the other departments cum cap combined. So when I get all that money into that fund, I split out all the money requested by each individual office and use that for their requests. I can't, such as, let's say the assessor probably, I think, has $40,000 in there. Although it's in my budget, I only spend it on her needs. I don't spend it on anybody else's. So, and we've been doing that for about 20 years now. It's worked out very well. Keeps everybody in the same bucket.
What's the overall budget increase, Mark?
857, 732.
That's the increase, 857.
I believe that's what it is, Scott, isn't it?
Yeah, I got 835.
Well, yeah, it's 835. I'm sorry, 835.
8%.
8%.
That was the next question, okay.
How much is the assessment for the assessors that you're paying? How much is that?
The assessors and the MVP tax system is $858,000.
Okay.
Okay, it pays for both of them.
Councilor Sid.
Yes.
Mark, it just kind of hit me a little bit off the side. The state mandated that our bandwidth isn't great enough.
No, they haven't mandated. There was an ordinance passed not an ordinance, it was a state statute passed in 23. I received it from Councilman Niemeyer last year. We have to be able to, the state is saying that the public has to be able to get on the internet and attend every public meeting in county government.
That takes effect in 25.
In 25, yes. So with everything we're doing over the internet, we estimate that we need to increase our bandwidth to be able to provide that service to the public. So that's what I'm asking for, is we're going to increase the bandwidth to provide additional access by the public anytime into the county meetings. Because they don't have, a lot of the meetings aren't public yet.
For that increase in
Yes.
bandwidth, how much of that $1 million increase is this going to be? How much does it make up for the?
It's a $48,000 increase in our phone bill. Yeah, we pay all the internet bills and all the phone bills here in the county.
It's 48 grand for the.
Yeah.
I mean, I see the need. I
understand that. Yeah.
Have to put everything out on the internet.
Yeah, and actually it's duplicated too, because that 48 covers both Comcast and AT&T because we have failover. So if we lose AT&T lines, we automatically fail over to the Comcast lines and vice versa. So we don't lose any uptime.
All right, any questions? Other? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Another
got
expense.
open.
Juvenile's here.
Hey, all right, there we go.
Who's there?
Juvenile.
Okay, all right, you're
Okay.
on.
All right, good to go?
Everything's perfect. Did you get everything you wanted?
Oh, thank you. Are we done? All right. So
That's
here we
one
go.
out of seven.
I'll start with the juvenile court. The judge, the senior judge is asking for 5% for all of the juvenile complex employees, with the exception of non-judicial and probation officers. Starting with the juvenile court, there's a new position requested is classified of a job position. It's just a change in names. Chief Technology Officer to Chief Operating Officer. That's Ron Jakowski. It's just a name change, and then Chief Bailiff to Bailiff. There's a person getting changed. There's not a Chief Bailiff. So those are the two changes in names. Probation officers' salaries are state mandated, so all the necessary document is provided for the salaries increases as well as the step increases. And salary and service line items, we're requesting office supply line items, requesting additional 20% to cover increased price of other supplies, toners and cartridges for printers. And household supply line items request an additional 20% to cover the cleaning products. That's all for the court over here. Let me go to CASA. Again, I don't have to talk about the 5%. That's across the board. Judge is asking for supplies and service line items. They're requesting for food and lodging be increased from 400 to 600 due to increased prices and participation in local events to raise awareness about CASA. They're also requesting an increase in $632 to $700 for dues and subscriptions which support our annual fees to the National CASA WIX, the platform for our webpage and Zoom account that supports virtual training and DST facilitation. Also, the 1706 matching grant, full-time employees have been divided between the general fund 1706 matching grant in order to make the payroll expenses more equally balanced. We are requesting $5,000 increase for CASA coordinator, who was recently certified by the state of Indiana to facilitate the pre-service training for prospective CASA volunteers. The training are offered twice a week, quarterly for approximately 8 weeks. And they're also requesting a 3% salary increase for part-time CASA employees. And 9377 capacity building grant. They're requesting an increase in the supplemental pay for the bookkeeper from $8,000 to $12,000. The bookkeeper is responsible for the following, among other duties: managing the general fund budget, managing 1706 matching grant budget, managing 9373 capacity building grant budget, completes timekeeping and payroll duties along with all maintenance and upkeeping, manages benefits for CASA, and completes all the tasks to create purchase orders and process invoices. Under supplies and service and line items, they are requesting a new line item for office furniture for new office chairs in the amount of $5,000 as the old chairs are in disrepair. We are added $2,000 to the office machines to purchase a new copier. That's all for CASA. Let's see where we at here. Juvenile court.
What do you do with these?
4D court. 4D court. Longevity, they're asking a total amount for longevity is $4,040. This amount is $320 less than 2024 due to the loss of a bailiff with 10 years of service in the general fund. Maintenance and service contracts, the 40 Court is requesting an additional appropriation of $9,000 to cover the cost of the 40 public defender whose contract increased in 2024. General fund. That was out of general fund. Other services and charges, the 40 Court is requesting an additional appropriation of $1,500 to cover the cost of foreign language interpreters. We are unable to determine the number of interpreters needed in advance. Note these services are reimbursable by the state by 66%, general fund. That's all for 4D. Brings us to the last but not least, juvenile detention. The general salary increase, the Lake Superior Court juvenile detention, I'm sorry, I've already talked about the 5%. So new positions, security review officer. They're asking for a new security review officer position salary of $43,000. The position would be responsible for conducting reviews through the facilities monitoring system, monitoring fire extinguishers, AEDs, emergency lighting system, and assistant multiple departments and function as filled-in staff as needed. Probation officers, well, the salaries are all state mandated. The document for the salaries increase is included. Supplies and service line items, juvenile detention is requesting increases for the following line items: $4,400 to household and inside supplies. The cost of the cleaning supplies, laundry detergent, paper products, and miscellaneous household supplies have gone up. $161,000 for food and lodging. Summit 7/1 to 24 to 12/31/24 increased prices for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Residents count went up from 25 to 30 to 35 to 50. Weekly meal charges range from $7,000 to $8,500. The current Summit contract price will end on 6/6/25, and new prices will take effect at the end of 2025. That's all for detention. That's all I have, unless there's any questions.
Anyone, questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
All right. HR said they were gonna stop in.
Cool.
Get down, done. A lot of increases in that one.
What are we up to? 240?
What was their overall increase? I mean, I know it's here in front of me somewhere.
Well, juvenile court is a 4% increase. Like, CASA is actually 11% reduction, so between the 2% increase.
How did they cut so much out of professionals line item? At 153,000.
Maybe.
Next time we do this next year, if you could coordinate this with like, what page of this will I find? Cause it's just like a lot of scrolling.
Yeah.
I know it's by department number, but it's just like,
Yeah, there's bookmarks.
it jumps around.
Yeah, there's bookmarks to the right that help with that.
Do they? How? Show me.
So you got graphs, you got appropriations, you got positions.
No, I mean like, okay, so we're on juvenile right now. For me to find juvenile, I have to scroll, no?
So you go to the appropriation report, correct?
Uh-huh.
Click on that. What was the number on it?
The department number?
Wait a minute.
8003. Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
we just gotta go through there. Okay,
Yeah.
I see.
No, 4006, juvenile counsel.
So you go 4,000. So because you did 3,000, you kind of got to scroll.
Oh, okay, let's go here. It'd be easier for me to look at this, page 113, page 173. You ready? Good afternoon. Consoles, I think. Is anybody else on that we can see? Another department? Anybody from the?
I'll share, you want to pass that to Scott, make sure he has it, and
Oh.
I'll share with Dave. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. My request is very simple and short. I put together a list of comps for the HR positions, and then put, the increases to pay them on average with similar positions in similar sized counties. So on the second page of that handout, I included the comps. You could see which cities, towns, or municipalities they're a part of. And then I took the averages of similar positions. And that's the only substantial change or request to the budget for HR.
Any questions from anyone?
What's the total, Joe?
About 60,000.
It's on the second page,
Yeah, I got that.
63, 960. You got a lot more time.
I could try to find somebody else and send them down.
I know.
Thank you, guys.
Like the commissioners. Thank you. No, is anybody over there for? Oh, Paul, are you ready, Paul, or you're waiting? Okay, Paul can go.
Where's home line at? What's?
Emergency.
No.
Yeah, where's that? Oh, there. You read over it 3 times. Thank you.
So a week and a half ago, I was really proud of ourselves because we had cut the budget request about $7,000 from prior year. And then we finally got a quorum of our Emergency Management Advisory Council, and they requested a $25,000 increase in part-time in order to pay per diems or call pay to the hazmat team.
The volunteers.
The volunteers. So that's really the only changes on here. When we looked at the budget line items, we took last year's budget and the previous year, and then this burn rate for the first 6 months of this year to try to figure out where we needed to be. So we were able to reduce some and increase a couple.
How many volunteers do you have right now?
28.
28, approximately 28.
Yeah. So the net is about $18,270 increase.
Any questions?
Appreciate everybody, and I will get with, I sent an email to Randy and to Chuck.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
thanks, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, let's see. Anybody else on there that whose department? Is it anybody online whose department we haven't heard from yet? It's not.
Council used to split 7 positions, 75% paid general fund, 25% paid CASA fund. Next year, they're on 50-50. And then in order to accomplish that, instead of having 7 positions partially paid for 2 funds, they're going to have like 4 positions paid out of the general fund, 3 positions paid out of CASA, so the bookkeeping's clean. So the savings is 50% sharing from 25% sharing. Got it.
Alrighty, data we did, emergency management, commissioners, we need 911.
It's a rigid fund.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
Let's see, who can I contact? What's his name, Black?
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I don't recall their budget. I don't think they had. Oh, okay, come on.
Patel would do that. But
He doesn't do it
No.
anymore.
John's not the treasurer any longer?
No,
With us.
we don't have one.
You're on that.
You're on that.
Come on up. You're up.
Really, there's literally nothing.
So no.
I just walked into my office and I chatted with Heather. I'm like, oh, who are they on now? I was like, oh,
I
so
thought Joe, I thought Joe went and got you.
No.
All right.
So Joe did his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Find out.
Hello, Rick.
Now they're all gonna pile in.
Oh, there's highway. Watch out.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
All right.
Maybe we should just get one stuff. We have to have.
Thanks for taking me early. Do you have everything as your?
We had it on here.
Or I just read through my stuff. I don't have the benefit because I came here. I was expecting to listen to the first guy and then follow whatever the heck they said. So I don't have the benefit now of knowing what they said.
We have printouts or we don't?
I don't have anything
We don't
printed out
need
for
them.
you.
We don't.
Okay, so I'll take it from.
Everything's the same?
Yeah, well, more or less the same. We
Decrease in salary?
moved a little bit, including an additional out of cume cap. That was probably a big one. We've attempted the best we can to tackle some big electrical projects in the new year for both life safety and energy efficiency. So for that, we requested an additional appropriation out of cume cap, construction, reconstruction. The other one that is maybe of note is the public safety gadget matching funds, which other equipment. We've had some requests of the unincorporated areas for radio equipment specifically, that, the technology is going, into the higher end equipment that they're not able to have the resources to do it. So
Is this similar to like what we did get for the sheriff's office, the ones that could work in the building and the different?
Oh, is it for police, for 911?
No, this is for fire, but
Fire.
I mean the radio.
The township fire.
Yeah, what they're going to do is that, so yes, they're getting the really great ones, but what they're doing is they're gonna create the an end of life for those mediocre radios. Like, so the radios that they're all working with now that they started with in 2018 are going to not be supported anymore. So a lot of these smaller departments are going to have to upgrade because it won't be. So that's the purpose of that funding there, which we requested because some of the folks down south in this specific case were requesting assistance. So I said, well, if we can get money, then we can assist. If we can't get money, then we can't assist. So I can request, and you can. We would respectfully request that you approve. The opioid is not an increase; it's just an addition. It's just a larger amount because we expect to spend more of the. Again, not a fund that is taxpayer supported. It's opioid settlement dollars. But the appropriation there's a need to increase the appropriation because we are due to spend that larger amount this year.
That goes on a long time, right?
Next year. Yeah, I think it's an 8 to 10 year, but it's graduated what's going in. Of course, we haven't spent. If we spent, I think we've contracted with a $20,000 thing now, so we don't expect to spend that much, and we haven't yet. We're spending it in accordance with the settlement. So, but sometimes that. There's other settlements that are going in there as they settle with other folks. I also requested an increase in postage as well as the special services patients and inmates, which we specifically pay for our inmates that are housed in state institutions, their clothing and whatnot.
Commissioner, will you be presenting the Hammond and Gary Courthouse and the Government Center as well?
Yeah, that's all in there. I mean, that's all included. There's no changes on any of the courthouse budgets except for the construction related activities, which is taken out of cume cap.
All right, and then HVAC is on their own, right?
They are. I wouldn't expect. I mean, we talked, but I wouldn't expect there to be anything radically different out of theirs either. They do have some internal budget, like for example, our building construction money and facilities money may be used for an electrical or plumbing maintenance, and theirs is strictly HVAC maintenance. So they may have, of course, everything's getting more expensive, so there may be a good reason to increase, but I don't know if there's anything in particular. And if it's a big capital project, we usually include HVAC in it. I think those are the only ones. I mean, I feel bad that I'm.
There'll be other opportunities.
Feel bad that I jumped up here when I wasn't. I really wanted to watch somebody else do it first, just to see how you're doing it this year. But I would say that, if people haven't already said it, your staff's done a wonderful job of helping us to get along better, and they're always there to help. I have maybe one other thing that I'd like to grab a couple of you offline with regard to the highway department, which was submitted one way, but I'd like to request a bump for an individual who's under what is the norm in the area, I guess I should say. But maybe, I don't know, who's highway committee? I'm sorry, if I can just.
Sure, but you could submit that to Tom.
Randy, Ted, and Charlie.
Oh, Randy, Ted.
Randy, Ted, and.
So Randy.
Oh, Charlie.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, is there any other questions then?
No, anybody have any questions? All right.
Thanks.
Get
Sorry,
Commissioner.
rambling a little bit. You
Yeah.
can record that for posterity and pick out pieces where I said something incorrect. Are you presenting for highway?
Yeah.
Are you the only one presenting for highway? Come on.
By default.
By default.
All right.
You're the short straw is what you're saying.
You could have stayed on that side. That's all right.
Microphone you have for.
Your steps in.
Basically, we've kept all of the highway budgets at the same exact amount that we had in the previous 2 years. We do run a little bit of a surplus. We factored in a 3% raise. If you went higher, we could cut a few areas to cover, nobody would argue with more than a 3% raise, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Be glad to answer any questions you would have about any of the particular budgets. We're at a point with the local roads and street, the 10102 budget, where half of it must go to new construction. The other half is pretty well split, half between payroll and truck parts and supplies. As payroll keeps increasing, the fund does not support the fringe benefits. They're being paid, as far as I understand from Scott, out of the commissioner's budget or somewhere else. The more payroll grows, eventually 7, 8, 9 years down the road, something will probably have to move, but we're good for 5, 6 more years, I would say. We usually run a little surplus in that fund at the end of the year. I don't want to plead poverty.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I texted him.
Did you?
Yeah, you know what? I did have a question. It just came to me a little bit late, Madam Chair, if I may.
Please.
You guys have any contracts up, wages, contracts, union contracts that are up in 25, or is yours not until 26? Do you know that?
Not an attorney, but the way I read the contract, I believe it's open every year for negotiations. I know
You have
they
wage
talk-
reopeners. I haven't seen a CD.
But I believe that the current signed contract runs through the end of 25.
Okay,
Oh, it does.
I'm sorry, that's the only question.
So my thing has to do with our highway engineer. You all
Everybody knows Dwayne.
put our we're created a position for another assistant for him, which we've been unable to fill. It's caused a lot of angst on my part because I'm trying to recruit these engineering interns and I have no skill or ability to do that. But notwithstanding all that, Dwayne is still underpaid based on the area, based on his skill and ability, and based on our potential to replace him. So if he gets a 3% raise in 2025, he'll make 135, 721, which is a lot of money to it would be a lot of money to me, and it's a lot of money to Dwayne. So I don't want anybody to think like he's not appreciative of the money. He certainly is. But I just think like nobody's getting any younger. And so if we were to replace him, we could barely replace an entry level one at 100. we have a tough time finding somebody. So I would hope that the council would, and this is what I was going to say in the committee, but you know what, the whole council should hear it probably. And it's a very important position. And when it becomes vacant, whether it becomes vacant in 25, 26, 27, 28, we're going to have to really bump it up. So again, I was going to have this conversation maybe privately, but I think there's no reason to keep it a secret. It's a very important position that I think warrants a look at. Do with it what you.
As you all know.
And it's not, those aren't Steve's words, those are my words, but
you know, from the last council meeting, we were asking about help for Dwayne. He gets 30 vacation days every year. In the last 5 years, he's taken 20 vacation days. He doesn't want to take vacation because he's the only one that does work. It just piles up on his desk.
Yeah.
I pointed out to Joe Travis, we are trying to fill that vacant spot. I think there's a little error in the way we've been trying to advertise the spot.
Yeah.
We're advertising for someone with a professional engineering degree, which you can't get until a certified PE. You need 4 years of experience to get that. We're really looking for a young graduate that we would help get his PE or her PE after 4 years. And the salary's kind of slotted as a beginning, not a real PE.
Yeah. So I think that salary, we're at a top end of 100. We could probably get an entry level if we were recruited. We do have to work on our part of this equation, which I think is HR, and I think is, you know, we also should use some interns. So we need to do a better job of that.
But we also just, I don't know who else to vent to, so I'll vent it here. I've tried to post these at Purdue Calumet.
Right.
But I'm blocked from their website by data processing. So we're trying to reach out and send letters to different engineering schools throughout the state that, look, we have a job for a graduate mechanical engineer
civil
engineer, if you would let your students know what we can't really post it on your job.
Why would it be blocked? I don't understand.
Sometimes they block for various, sometimes it's blocked.
Not a security.
Yeah. But that's not a difficult, or shouldn't be a difficult thing, and HR should be, but anyways, that's basically the crux. But in the meantime,
HR should be 100% access. I would give it to HR. I mean, that would be my opinion, and they should be able to get it done. It's recruitment.
In the meantime, we've had that position in the highway budget, I think, for at least 2 years at $100,000 each, and it's been vacant. So from a budgetary standpoint or from a finance standpoint, there's funding there, and I would hope that you all would look at that.
And as my bosses say, every time they're here,
You're
word
gonna
of
get-
mouth, if you know any engineering students, please tell them we are looking.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. What was the salary they were looking for, Scott, originally? 100? No, I mean.
No, they said, what,
for
do what you
Dwayne.
want with it.
He said do it, he didn't give a specific answer.
No,
Yeah, he said,
He just washed his hands on that one.
Yeah.
yeah,
at 135 now, I think he said.
yeah, he'll be at 135 with a 3%.
Yeah, so I thought he was gonna give a comparison.
I thought, that's what I was waiting for too.
I think our surveyor is the PE, and he makes less.
Yeah.
He's an attorney on top of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, who else can we bring?
I just texted Nick Doffman.
Did you? Okay.
What's going on with solid waste? Can you help, Chris?
I don't recall. I know there's no significant increase. I know they were looking for a 5% increase with their employees' salaries. And I don't think there's, it's probably, they move monies around, but I don't think there's an increase. I don't know. Do they send anything to you, Scott?
I don't have it.
No?
Why didn't they fill that position?
Doesn't mean nothing was.
Fill what position?
The treasurer's position.
Because they're, Kira's doing the work. She's the one that's, handling that.
I didn't know
She
that,
got it-
But
she
she's
got it.
committing a budget to to you.
Yeah.
So you'll share with us.
Yeah, I'll do
Thursday.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
Nick said he's on his way, but Dr. Bevel.
Okay, what about, I was gonna call Mark over 911.
You want to knock out the council budget?
We did.
Yeah, same budget, for non-salary, same budget, 3% increase across the boards.
Yeah.
We still have the.
Do you have to run over to try and get Mark?
Let me see.
I can, Tom.
We talked about adding a line item, a department number for the Good for Youth Farms. Put that under the pretense of us until we can, that, not really that significant, not.
We can advertise it, right? I mean, that way.
The Dow, I advertised more than
Oh, okay.
to give us flexibility.
Yeah, that's what you should do.
Yeah.
Then once we get it set up, establish it its own department, it's just gonna be easier to manage and it's cleaner with the federal grants coming in to have its own department number like we got suggested. We established it.
I can't believe we weren't hooting and hollering when that grant came.
Well, it's
I
pretty
didn't hear it
exciting,
from you.
yeah. Well, because, you know, I've been a Bears fan for a long time, I learned not to be excited off of good news. Hard to get excited anymore.
Yeah, I don't advertise. We don't
I think I'm with a nice crowd because they just been.
Oh, okay, just dollars, not like an overview.
Yeah, so I just injected some money just in case.
Good. I was looking at that prefab the parks did, they had it still sounds like they got a donation from Bldg Chemical. And they put a portable
Tim, I call Tim.
prefab porta potty. Couldn't get the words out, but it's amazing. It's over at Maple Lake, which is a great lake if you walk at all by the Arabian Horse Farms. It's a beautiful place to walk because you get horses and stuff walking by it. Nice track to walk. We're gonna hopefully pay it someday. But it's a great track and they put a nice prefab. So they came in with a crane, set the whole thing down. It's heated, cool. I mean, it's amazing. It's done. And it's got the, you know, a unisex one for, you know, dads that had to change diapers and stuff, which is nice. I don't know. I wish they would have had that one with my little girl instead of trying to bring her into the, change her into the tailgate of my pickup truck or in the men's restroom. I thought about doing something like that at small, but I think we're gonna just hard plumb in a toilet over at the juvenile court's garage. And I see the sticker of 200 grand for the prefab. It's beautiful, but it's like, you ever buy a second house for that kind of thing?
Do you have Tim Brown?
Mark.
Yeah, I just texted him.
Yeah.
Solid wasted.
Lee County Council.
Let's see.
So you said you didn't think anyone from solid waste is coming up?
No, I bet you she's.
Lake Bridges, what's that?
You president?
I call her, she was invited.
You
What?
chairman? Or what?
No, Rick Long.
Oh,
What about the, anybody reach out to anybody from Lake Ridge?
Is it Tim Kuiper still?
Yeah, I was gonna say, could they join us
Yeah,
online?
his number.
I like that Tim's number.
I think he's president of the board.
Tell him get online.
Yeah, I was gonna see if he wants to jump on, we can take him early.
Let me see if I get his number.
That would be great. We can,
Who was he on the phone? Okay, not like that, Tim, no.
I don't have his number.
911. Did you reach Mark?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This way.
Solid waste, South Shore we did, solid waste. Okay. Victoria said she sent the invite to the web to solid waste and Lake Ridge. Okay.
Everybody's low battery.
I know.
I grabbed the other one next to me.
Mark's on his way.
Hey, Tim, hate to bother you, but if you wanna jump online, we could take you a little earlier than your scheduled time if you wanna. For the budget. Yep, you're spotted for 3:45, but if you wanted to jump online, right, you know, you're welcome, or.
And you would be everybody's favorite person.
You'd be everybody's favorite person, or if you don't have anything major increase and you want me to carry it for you. Okay,
Hi, this is Christine Sid. Is Kira around?
right, yeah, so you'll have someone here at the first reading? All right, I'll go over with Scott, but you don't have any major increases that you're aware of, no capital purchases. It's 50 grand,
Hi.
Mark?
right? Got it.
Yes.
All right, sounds good, man. No need to be up there. All right.
You know,
you're
today's the day for presentations of the budget for the council. Were you planning,
Where are you originally? I don't think.
are you going to sign on the
Yeah.
web to present?
welcome.
I was like, oh, that's not. Good news.
Yeah.
Oh, I think she did send it. I think Victoria sent
We
it.
got two actually.
Because we're ready for you now. So instead of having to drive over, you can just, yeah, I know we're ahead of schedule.
What?
So,
You just have to own it.
look at your web.
These damn sweetie.
Send it to-
My
What,
wife shakes her head all the time.
They were all red.
text it to me, okay?
She always shakes her head. Yeah.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you.
I like the. They don't have them anymore.
I got another charge that we need to extend.
I'm good.
The first now.
Gonna charge internet.
I'm good.
You need one?
No, I meant for your computer.
Oh, is it going
I
down?
think they're getting low. Pete said his was getting low.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is.
He's got
We
reach.
haven't really been using it. You need it, Peter?
No, I.
Oh, you got it.
Andy's.
You can pull this, that whole bar and sell it.
Set up here.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
great.
Sure.
and then I'll get you guys at least.
Okay, all right, everybody here? All right. Go ahead, Mark.
To put it into the,
You can take it.
iPad, so
Okay.
probably in the middle right there.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, the 014 fund or the 399 fund first, which would we like to discuss?
Wherever you want to start.
Okay, the one, I guess it's 1014 now. In the operating fund, we're looking for an increase of about 400,000 in overtime. Over the last 3 years, actually probably over the last 5 years consistently, we've been at about 1.5 million in overtime regardless of our manpower. Our manpower is a little lower right now. We just got 14 people to agree to start with us they're going to start 2 weeks from today or yesterday. So we're hopeful there, but we're still understaffed like a lot of other places.
So that's a separate down your professional services line?
Yeah, that's under professional services, under overtime.
Right, but what about your staffing levels? Because they should balance out, right? Like.
Well,
overtime and-
yes and no, because we're going to need to hire these people and it's going to take a minimum of 4 months to train them. And that's those individuals. Plus we're going to probably need to hire another 15-ish. While they're still getting trained, we have to pay them, but then we still have to pay the overtime to cover the shifts because it's going to take that long to train them. So I understand. It's just every year I keep coming back to you and we're switching money and things like that. I would rather not take it away from protective services for the point of if and when we do get back up to fully staffed. End of 2019, we were at 98 out of 100. We were very hopeful. And then the world changed. COVID, happened, the world shut down, and it's just been difficult to pick ourselves back up from there, just like a lot of other areas, if you
So
will.
how many are you short now?
We are
After
short,
the 14?
after the 14, 18.
18.
Mhm. But we'll be doing another hiring process in November.
So you're increasing your overtime line item,
Yes,
although you'll have reserves from, most likely, depending.
it
Unless
really
you
depends.
fill those positions.
When you do with the protective services, when you get later in the year, did you apply that to the overtime?
I have in the past, and it's probably something we'll need to attempt to do, but this year alone, I think I moved $700,000 over just in June, and I'm going to have to come to you again. I don't think the 1.5 that we transferred to make it whole at 1.5 is going to solidify us through the end of the year. It's just been very difficult. And as salaries increase, so does the overtime, because it's going to cost more to pay them each. And rightfully so. We want to, that's the catch 22 here is as we keep increasing the salaries to hopefully remain competitive, thus the overtime goes up too. Other than that, we also
have differential pay going up, holiday pay going up a little bit, 15,000 each because of the increases per the CBA. Those are guarantees in the protective services line item of the collective bargaining agreement that is going through the end of next year. We'll be in contract negotiations in May to get a better understanding for 2026, but those are the guarantees that we know of for our staff. From there, we have all the FICAs and perfs are just automatically increased over based on the salary increases. We're increasing by a couple $100, 400 and 500 for literature and educational material. We keep going out to the schools. We're teaching them about 911. We're teaching kids about how this could be a career, and those are costing a little bit of money. And then the cost of diesel is going up. And up and up. I mean, it's going down right now, but it's really hard to pinpoint that. It keeps going up. So we're continuing. We got a $500 increase there. The big ones are probably going to be our maintenance and service contracts. Those are going up on average about 4% for each one of them. I think we're going to have a better foothold on our CAD system, which is how we put the calls in based on an agreement that we just reached with Motorola with the commissioner's approval just a couple weeks ago. So that'll help negate some of those costs, but there are some other life-saving software out there that we'd love to implement. There's things like in real time, they can transcribe and translate what somebody's saying to us if they're saying it in another language. And that could be very beneficial to us because right now we have to put an interpreter on the line with us. And it can slow things down. So those are some of the things that we're looking at to remain cutting edge. Video to 911 is something that we're going to be bringing into the center shortly. So those are just going to be, it's the cost, unfortunately, are increasing based on the needs.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Do you paying for an interpretive service right now?
The state does, actually. The state pays based on the 911 fees.
Just no different than schools and education they have.
My question, what would the OT budget be if your requests were granted?
1.3 million from 900,000. So, and we've been projected out at about 1.5 million each of the last 3 years. Any questions about that one? All right. The other one is the fee fund, basically on the 911 fees. Bless you. A couple increases we're looking at are for the staff as we're continuing to look up, raising the salary for our telecommunicators. We also need to somehow stay in line with some of our management team too. Again, those are not out of the general fund. Those are out of the fund that we can only use specific. There's only certain things that we can use those monies for. Just exactly how stringent this is. I cannot buy new chairs with those funds. I can lease them, but I can't buy them. I cannot buy a new roof, but I can fix a roof. So it's just very technical how we can use some of those funds. I think we've been very, very frugal with our costs. That's how we're going to be buying these new servers at about $600,000 over the next 6 months here. So we have been frugal. We're using those funds to the best of our abilities, but with that, we want to make sure that our supervisors are making more than our telecommunicators. We want to make sure that our managers are making more than our supervisors. And all that's going to continue to move up as we're negotiating a new contract with the telecommunicators. Other than that, the only other significant increase is in the consultant. So in the consultant fees, the commissioners asked and tasked us with partnering with a consultant, which we're interviewing currently, several of them, to come in and review all of our systems, all of our networks. It's almost 10 years in, and they're going to look at our phone system, our radio system, our CAD system to ensure that we're doing the best that we can for the citizens of Lake County.
That's the consultant?
Yes.
And that's the?
That's going to be an increase from 80,000 from 20,000 to 80,000 in consultant.
Is that in the, I guess, 10 hour looking at the 1014 fund?
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
No. Okay. What's the question about that?
Consultant there.
Yeah, I couldn't see that part away.
Oh, Ed, there's a zero there. We're going to use the funds from, or is it in the 014?
It's in the 014 budget.
Okay. I might have an old copy here. Apologies.
200,000.
Oh, yes. So they want to partner with a consultant that we can review, hopefully with a no to meet or exceed a contract. But the project to actually review all the systems, when we parsed that out, we did an RFQ. We had to kind of pull that back, but it was going to be a significant cost. So what we're going to do is we're going to piece this together year by year. That's why it's a $200,000 increase. The project alone was going to cost us $300,000 minimum before we even went to RFPs and and looked at some of the systems because we are 10 years old. We want to make sure that we have the right radio system in place, the right phone system. We've had concerns with our CAD system recently.
People's lives are at the line.
Yes, sir.
And officers. So,
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's everyone that's at risk. So, no, I get it.
Yeah, this is probably the first time I've come in front of you and asked for this much. But to give you an idea of that translation and transcription, if we were going to outsource it from one company, they were quoting us $350,000 a year just to do that, just to transcribe and translate in real time, voice. And there's the AI platform, which is just phenomenal. There's an AI software that I don't know if we're going to use it or anything like that yet, but it is, it'll keep track of where certain types of calls are coming from. And if somebody calls from a certain area, basically for a crash, it can answer the phone for us and say, are you calling about the crash? Do you have any new information? Are you involved? If not, press 1. If so, press 2 kind of thing. So that it kind of triages our calls. Because that's some of the complaints we get is when somebody calls 911, phones ring.
Same incident.
Yeah, so it's a significant increase. It's about 1 million on top. But with our phone system going end of life next year, or I should say end of contract, and with the consultants that we want to put in play, it's the first time I've really asked for a significant amount of money, and we're at our 10-year mark. We want to make sure that we are doing what we should be doing.
No, don't complain here.
All right.
Any other questions?
Further? Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming early.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could jump up to Lake Ridge Fire, I spoke on the phone with Tim Kuiper. They'll have someone from Senator here at our first reading. They won't be able to make it here today. There's an increase, Scott, they said of $50K, and that is basically for ambulance services. If we remember the issues we've had over the last couple of years with providing ambulance service to the Calumet Township area and that, so that's what it said. My understanding, it's $50K increase for EMS. And that's what the increase is.
Okay, thank you.
This is that
Right.
revenue's coming in from ambulance collection fees too.
Correct.
Yeah.
But-
Kira, are you on?
See their budget.
Kira, no?
I'm
From
here,
solid
yes.
waste? Okay. Okay, Kira's on the line with solid waste. Go ahead, Kira.
We have a increase this year of $116,849. Some of that goes towards salary increases, and then the rest is kind of spread around between health insurance and perf for employees. We did up the compost and leaf collection line item, and those are really all of our changes.
Okay. Any questions from anyone? That was 5% for employees?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, who else?
Nick, it's on his way.
Oh, Nick, yeah.
Yeah, last one.
Yep, Nick's, and Tim Brown,
Oh, yeah. I should.
economic
Did he-
development.
did he answer your text?
No, I don't think he did.
I'll write down and see if I can.
We saw it, well, my phone says it saw it, it was delivered. We are really ahead of schedule. When do the judges have their conference?
It's always.
It's always around our budget time.
It sure is, isn't it? Conveniently enough, right?
When they're gone.
It's always. I mean, it's scheduled year after year.
Yeah, yeah,
Just
sometime
like ours.
in
There might be a
September.
judge on there. Is there somebody? No.
Did we hear from court administrator?
No, Marty didn't make it in.
Are they on the list?
And we didn't hear from HVAC either.
Yeah.
The commissioner said they did.
Well, the commissioners, yeah, he kind of, he
They
didn't
said they had
expect
their own
anything.
presentation.
Right, they're gonna do their, I don't have a contact for it.
Because we really didn't get a, well, I guess.
Oh, yeah, Cordes, Marty is on there. Maybe is Marty's not online?
Yeah, Mark did. Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm Tim Brown.
That's it.
All right. Do you have Marty's number?
Marty.
Golden? Yeah. Maybe we can get him on the web. Yeah.
Thank you for coming in early, Tim.
Yes, thank you.
It seems like every year it's getting earlier and earlier and earlier.
I told them we're very efficient.
Is
We
that
are.
what it is?
All right, you go ahead.
Okay, very good. A couple of things that stand out on this year's budget proposal. One, we would like to get rid of a fund and combine it with another fund. We're not even sure how it got titled the way it got titled initially or numbered. The way it's set up is that your 900 or 9,000 series are supposed to be state grants, and the 8,000 series are supposed to be federal. Well, we have a 9. Actually, the actual number is, hang on a second, real quick. 9172, which is a CDBG federal fund. We'd like to combine that with our fund 8173, which is the CDBG funding that we do also. So we eliminate one, dump it all in there and be done with it. We've had an awful lot of confusion with postings in the budget system. In fact, our new accountant had to spend the last 4 months fixing an amazing amount of problems that we've run into. Some of the stuff goes back quite a few years where things
With
weren't
the
quite.
auditor's office, the posting
Yes,
done
we're
by the
working
auditor's
we're working through every bit of that to get it all corrected. The switch over to Oracle found an awful lot of areas where there were negative balances where there shouldn't have been negative balances, and we had to fix all of that. So anyway, that's the first item. The second item is that I'm proposing to eliminate a $20,000 budgeted item that was a part-time receptionist that we really don't use that anymore. And I'd like to use those funds, part of those funds, to do salary increases. I'm starting to have people looking for secondary jobs. I've got one person that's looking in another department to leave us to go to the courts because they pay better. I can't afford to lose people like the way we're losing them and the way they're shifting around. It's very difficult to train somebody in our department for some of the HUD rules and regulations. So I'm proposing some salary increases that is above the 4% for that purpose. We have one person, for instance, that even if we do the salary increases I'm proposing, she's still almost $12,000 short of what would be the 80% average median income for this county. In other words, she would be beneficial. She would be able to get benefits from our department, like for instance, rent or home.
This threshold.
So the threshold, for the average median income. Okay. Currently, a single person is 50,500. A person with a family of 3 is 64,350, and that's at the 80% level. And she happens to be one person of 3, family of 3, and we're looking at only giving her around 50,000 or 52,000 in that range. So that's where I'd like to address most of my salary issues is with staffing. Everything else is pretty much flatline on the budgets. I really didn't propose any other increases. It's the salaries and the reduction in the receptionists and the change of eliminating a fund, and that's really it. We've been doing fairly well keeping our costs pretty much across the board the same for quite a few years.
How long has that position been open, Chuck?
The receptionist, 4 years. The problem is that in the salary ordinance, the maximum we can pay for a part-timer is $8.50. And I've never come back to this group to ask that. That's just not, you just can't. I tried to find somebody that was retired that wanted some extra, 3 days a week kind of thing. And I spent a whole year trying to find somebody to do that. And I just couldn't find anybody.
Yeah, but it could have been increased.
Yeah,
But,
it could have been. That's true.
Yeah, we need to find out why that fund was created and if it, and so we need those, you said fund number 9172. You wanna
Yeah, we would like to
eliminate-
eliminate,
You
yeah,
want to put those funds in 8173.
right, correct. That's what I proposed and how I filled out the budget. G-Man Ficker is in favor of it. That's the first person I called to ask if Scott's in favor. That's the second person I called to see if it was doable and it would make sense. And it makes a lot more sense to do it just to get them done. We've taken our CBD grant and split it up between these two funds. And of course, that was a problem from the very beginning and switching. So why not combine it? If it can do it, do it. And it's all basically the same, coming from the same grant.
So you don't recall the reason why it was split up?
No, because this goes way before my time. We're talking back to the 80s. To find the ordinance that goes back to 84, 86, somewhere in that range, I don't know. If, it may be there, I don't know.
Right?
Wait, do you know anybody that was here that long ago?
Yeah, I know, right?
Do you have the ordinance numbers or the ordinance creating those funds?
No.
Is that the only information?
Okay.
Do we need to, I'm sorry, I did step out for a second. Are we gonna have to have an ordinance that eliminates one of these funds? Or
Probably, if it was created with an ordinance.
It all depends on what the rest of the.
Yeah, got to.
Yeah.
What's it for, the uses, et cetera. And I would suggest we have a new fund. A new fund, other to, going dormant. And,
Both of them gone, established.
And in the ordinance, we rid of last, the council base. But the new fund rather would say replaces and rescinds the other two. It'd be a nice clear title for somebody with 20 years worth of work.
Yeah, maybe we should keep a list of funds.
For budget purposes, I just used the existing ones because it was easier, not asking to create something, but that's the main reason I did that.
Christine, we do have a list.
Oh, yeah.
So I looked that up and then it should give you the ordinance.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions for Tim? Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Marty
Thanks for
Goldman
coming.
logged on this morning and he is not available. His time was
Oh.
11:40.
Oh, okay, we missed him.
But he is not available this
Okay.
afternoon. So he said he talked to his committee.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
So in the hallway, he's waiting for Dr. Bell.
That would be Dave Ham. He's going to talk to us. I mean, he's going to talk to us.
He said he would talk.
Okay. All right, are we, we're just waiting for Nick.
Yeah, he's in the hall. He's waiting for Dr. Bevelana.
Oh, okay. Dr. Who?
Bevelana?
Oh,
Three times real fast.
Vavilala.
Did anybody call Charlie back?
No, I,
Call that here.
yeah. He was confused. He thought we do have a budget meeting Thursday, so I want him to know that we have our study session and then we have a budget meeting Thursday.
So he forgot about.
He thought it was Thursday, his presentation. Yeah, he got a little. Yeah, so. Did we go rock and roll?
I didn't.
I didn't even.
Oh, they have a festival every weekend in town.
They have music in the park.
It's like every Friday they got stuff going on.
Yeah. Yeah. They do. Yeah. Anybody go to DNC?
Saw Kevin Pastrick at Costco. He said he went.
Oh, yeah? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yupi?
It's not there.
Yeah, this year.
I was there last time.
No.
Did not make the RNC either.
Yeah. I think either one, either. Either one, either.
Did not make the Lowell Labor Day parade either.
You didn't do that.
I've never done a parade. I've never done a.
You've never done a
This time, but.
Parades are costly.
Kind of nice not to have
No
to.
parade.
Parades are costly.
That's an element of the people walking.
I don't enjoy watching a parade.
Yeah. Candy. Candy.
Really? Charlie?
Charlie. Oh. He saw Thursdays.
Yeah.
I think that was one of today's. Really.
Last time I did a parade, I was a senior in high school. I was a judge for the Lansing Good Neighbor Day Parade.
Oh, how did you get out of that with your campaign?
Yeah, I know.
My kids are still traumatized by when I ran before.
I drew the line on
July the 4th was like horrible for them.
No, believe me, there was a lot of door to door that happened. It's just no parades.
Yeah. Much more important.
I can't think of one kid that ever went to a parade wanting to see their elected official.
Yeah.
It's all about the fire trucks and
I had
the candy.
I had
It's
candy.
all about the candy, let's face it.
Yeah, it's about the candy. I don't care.
Which is nerve wracking. Some of those parents don't watch those kids and they get
Oh.
so close to the cars.
Yeah.
I drive a semi down over the parade, man, and it scares me with those kids. I mean, I wouldn't even know if I did one if they ran underneath.
Good afternoon. You can come forward. You're next.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Wonderful. Thank you for waiting. I'm Dr. Bobby Lala, Lake County Health Officer. So we tried to summarize our budget in one page because our budget is expanding and expanding. So first things first, the existing budget for the total budget for the health department itself is $3,558,846. That's what it's been. And as of next year, because of the Health First Indiana funding, which actually is being doubled from this year to the next, because we have opted in, actually the commissioners have opted in. So that budget is going to be an additional $9,509,840. And then we are requesting a 3% salary increase for all the full-time employees, both for those are being funded with the regular health department budget, as well as 3% increase for the staff, which is funded through the HFI, which is the Health First Indiana budget. We actually have two extra funds or grants that have been there all these years. One is called Health Maintenance Fund, as well as the Tobacco Settlement Fund. And using that budget, we have been funding a few positions. However, when we have opted in via the Health First Indiana, the Indiana State Department has said that those particular grants are not going to be separate anymore. They need to be rolled into the Health First Indiana. So any of those positions will be absorbed through the Health First Indiana budget. However, we do have leftover funding, leftover money from those grants, which we are requesting to be budgeted to continue to use it. And we have a couple of other things. One, it would be the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Grant. We have some money left over because we have done the COVID testing, which we have gotten back about 39,000. And then we also have a few smaller grants, but the main thing is stating that we have two main budget. One would be through the health department. The other one would be through the HFI. And the two grants which have been separate are being enrolled into these. So.
Okay. Of that 9 million, does any part of that go to East Chicago Health?
That's our share of it, right? There's still a.
This 9 million, that is for the Lake County, outside of East Chicago and Gary. This is only for our part. So they do get additional funding, which does not go through our department, but goes through the county, I believe still.
So that 9 is ours.
So we got 4.3 this year and now we're
Yes.
getting 9 next year?
Yes, I think the state legislators have, granted about 75 million for the entire state this year. And then starting next year, at least next year, they have doubled it to 150 million. So that doubles our budget as well. And as well as our work. So, and to make sure that we put it to good use. So, which we are in the process.
Okay, are we no longer doing COVID testing?
We are no longer doing COVID testing. It might change depending on the number of COVID, if the COVID numbers increase. And more importantly, I think the testing is available in multiple places right now compared to what it was when it started out. So we are not doing that testing.
I just thought it would be convenient for our employees, but, you know.
Are the vaccines in yet, the new ones?
The COVID, the new vaccine, we do not have it yet.
Oh, we don't.
Right? We should be getting it soon.
My wife works at a pharmacy. I thought she said 6 or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So just on a side note, which has nothing to do with the budget, as the health officer, I would like to extend stating there's a lot of money that we are looking at, and there is a lot of questions that people have and wanting to know what it is being spent and everything like that. And then we will be happy to do a very good presentation to see what we have done so far and what our plan is and what we would be able to plan to do in the future. And we are more than happy to receive any of the advice and inputs. Just to summarize, about 40% of this amount is something that they advise that we put towards the already available services, right? We already have a food department, and they basically say you need to make it more robust. You need to make the immunization or the nursing and everything much better so that it serves the wider population and make sure that a lot of these things are accessible. About 60% of it is to make sure that we actually start programs, which we never had, right? I mean, we used to have STD clinic or STI, which is called sexually transmitted infection testing clinic, which was way before my time and everything like that. TB testing and all, a lot of programs which used to run through grants. And unfortunately, what used to happen is every time the grant would dry up, the program would go. So now we are really working hard at least bringing some of these programs and keep them in place, because now this is no longer described as a grant which would dry up, but hopefully more as a funding that would continue to be there. So right now we are investing some of the amount in long-standing programs, which we were not able to have, so that we would have much wider access to a lot of people. One of the things which we have done very recently, or in the process of doing almost at the end, is our department had never had any access for people to order any of the vital records online. We could never do that. People had to literally come in there physically and do that. So right now we have partnered. The commissioners have just signed off after we said that this is what we need. So we are going through this program, which is called Vital Check, so that everyone in the entire United States, wherever they are, as long as they have been born in Lake County under our jurisdiction, they would be able to get all these vital records online. We are in the process of purchasing a mobile unit, just so that it would be able to go to a lot of places, so that people who are unable to come to the health department to receive the vaccinations. And my goal, along with NEXT, is to make sure the mobile unit ultimately, not right now, would pretty much mimic the health department. If we can do STI testing in the health department, I want that to be able to be done in the bus. If we can give immunizations at the health department, we want to be able to do that over there. If we can do a flu testing here, if we can do TB testing, anything. So we are able to go, we are hoping to be able to go into the neighborhoods. And over this entire year, we have actually partnered with the Indiana Immunization Coalition, and they have helped us put a clinic once a month since January of this year in places where we have not had high immunization numbers. So we have had a running clinic every month, either at Hammond or at Lake Station. And next month we are going to have it in Lowell. So we have been having a lot of these programs, which are going, which we have started already doing. And then we are in the process of our goal, or at least my goal, which is a little bit of a tall order, but still over the next year, if not couple of years, I really would like the health department to, if possible, go paperless and to digitize everything. And which is a lot of work, right?
Yeah,
Everything, we have a lot of paper, a lot of scanning, a lot of everything to do. And also we are in the process of working with the IT department at the county to see that everybody would be able to apply for the food permits, septic permits online, would be able to pay it online, would be, so a lot of these programs are in place. We are working towards it. And some of the programs which are already existing in community, say, for example, Purdue already has a program which is called Dining with Diabetes and all. We don't want to start over every program. It's a lot of work, plus it's a lot of manpower. So we are saying, please give us, provide what you're doing, give us the information, let us know what the budget that goes towards it. And then, we are trying to partner with existing programs. So that way, not everything is not entirely on us, but we are working with them. So, but again, if you would like to have the entirety of what we have been doing, I think it would be a great thing. So please let us know when we can present and we'd be happy to.
Sounds like a good idea. And especially like departments, cities that are closing their health departments or have, that was one of the things of the convenience. So they can get something online and not have to drive out here, especially if they don't have transportation. It's great. It's time.
Yeah. And we are also trying to make sure that all the departments accept credit cards, which is, nobody wants to go to ATM and then get the $10. So it's kind of tough. So, yeah.
Great. Any questions from anyone?
How many counties did not opt in?
I don't know, probably just a few.
There were some?
I think they're all opted in for next year.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe a couple of them
Some
opted out
numbers.
this year, but I think next year,
Yeah.
everyone opted in. The only other important thing that we need to know about the opting out process is if someone opts out, the money does not go back to that county. It actually gets distributed to the counties which have opted in.
Right.
So anyone who has opted out, that would be a huge disadvantage for them.
Right.
Because there would not be a good reason to opt out. Maybe that's why everybody opted in.
Exactly. Probably. It was good for us, but not for them. All right. Thank you, Dr. Badala. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Thanks for coming early.
Buildings.
Who is?
Bill.
Oh, Bill? Is he muted?
Oh, Bob.
Oh, there.
I'm sorry.
Bob.
From what department?
Yeah, the HVAC.
Oh.
Where's my husband? Okay, Bob, you there?
He jumped off now, Tori said.
You what?
Tori said he jumped off now.
Health department. Too long. Okay, well, he can come either on first reading. Scott, you got anything else? Anybody? Adjournment?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
There's somebody want to second it?
Sure.
Sure. Okay.
Sure.
That was Stevie. Okay, motion is made and seconded to adjourn. All in favor, say by aye.